get in dirt and fill. That is my understanding. There's a reason in Islam. Sometimes there is Christ to salvation. We may not always know all the reasons. But the Qadr is concerned, and I've heard different interpretations of it. I really do not have specific knowledge myself. One of the interpretations I heard was in one night the Quran was given, and Allah gave 1,000 months to the arch enemy of the Prophet and his family to rule at a very formative stage of Islam, and they will not be able to destroy Quran or to destroy Islam. So the Bani Umayyah, the children of Umayyah, Abu Sufyan's clan was given 1,000 months, and which is about 83 years of rule immediately after the Prophet. They were given the time. Abu Sufyan was the arch enemy of the Prophet, PX2, and his son Muawiyah bin Abu Sufyan became a ruler, and Allah gave him power himself for 40 years almost. He ruled for 40 years. But the actual rule for the Umayyads began after Muawiyah, and they ruled for 83 years in addition to his 40 years, because the initial 40 years started in the time of Umar bin Khattab to Umar bin Khattab's 10 year. I think Umar appointed Muawiyah in the second year, the third year of his regime. This is about the 5th year after the Prophet. So about 100 years were given to the enemy of the Prophet, the highest power in Islam, and his father had fought against the Prophet and was defeated, and he felt that if he had the power, then he would defeat Islam. So there is a connection between the 1,000 months and the one night in which the Quran came. Again, this is my understanding, my explanation. Bibin, the mic is yours. Thank you so much for giving me the time.
Yes, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. All right, guys. Bibi, don't talk to my please until I tell you. I have difficulty to take the mic because I got a new computer and I don't have a pad yet for the old one I used to do instruction table. The mouse is not working. Listen, IME. Anyone understand what he said? Anyone understand what IME he said? We don't wear shoes because this is what? Black shoes? Because what? IME. You don't wear black shoes because of what? Showing respect to the Prophet? The turban of the Prophet was black? I mean, this is funny. Well, the underwear of the Prophet was white. And a Prophet, he used to wear red shirt. So you should not wear anything he wear? And if the turban of the Prophet was black, why you Shia, don't dress like him? I mean, that's weird. Not on the feet. And what is the relationship between what the turban is a turban, a shoe is a shoe. I mean, where do you want to put a shoe? In your head? Do you wear a black trouser? I am me myself. Do you wear a black trouser? Okay, is there a trouser that's going to touch your balls and your ass? Here we go, Muhammad, he put the black on his head. I mean, this is the most funny, stupid answer ever I heard. However, the hadith is totally different. Let me show you some of the hadith coming from Ali. Let me show you. Obviously, you're trying to come with something that doesn't exist. Ali, he said, not me, remember. All right? If one of you had sex with his wife and she is pregnant with the 4th month, he should make her face the Kaaba when he's having sex, and he should read the chapter of the chair, and he should spank her in her ass. And then he says, may Allah give me a boy and call him Muhammad. And this is the hadith. Here we go. I'm not making things up. I'm giving the reference. What please? I'm not the one saying that. And this is your Shia book, okay? The book name Makarim al-Akhlaq, and it's about the hadith or the hadith of Ali. It's the same as the Muslim Bukhari. So what do you say? Do you want to give you more? I can give you more. This is nothing actually. We did not even start. Look what he says too. A man, he came to the Prophet. He said to him, I have my wives, they gave to me birth of 8 girls, one after one, and I want to have a son, a boy. Asking who? Asking Ali. So Ali, he answered, he said, if you want to have a boy, when you do have sex with your wife and you start having that, you put your right hand on the side, in the right side of her belly button, and then you read, and we send down in the night of the power 7 times. And then when you do F your wife, you will have a baby boy from her. And then after the man he did that, it says, the hadith says, the man after he start doing that, he have 7 boys after that, one after one. So remember, I am me myself, what do you need to do? When you have sex with your wife, obviously you hold her from behind. I'm not speaking bad language now, but describing the hadith. And then you put your hand, right hand, in front of her, and you touch her belly button. And then you start saying 7 times, oh Allah, you send it down in the night of the power. 7 times. And then the guy, he gets 7 boys after that. I mean, this is a miracle. Ali, he can make miracles. So when the Shia, they make fun of the Sunni, they say the Sunnis, they have stupid things, crazy things. You Shia have more stupid. Let me show you more. Ali, he said, don't talk when you have sex, because if you do, your son will be mute. Wisdom. Let's continue. Everything I'm showing you, I'm going to give you a reference for it. Not even single thing without reference. When you have sex, Ali, he said, when you have sex with your wife, don't look at her vagina. For if you do so, the son will be blind. Okay, no comment. And then he said, when you do have sex with your wife, don't have sex with your wife thinking of a different woman. Because if you do that, your son will be a gay and a stupid. Now we know how the gays happen to be. The gay, because a man was having sex with his wife, but he's thinking of different women. So the son is a boy, but he's a gay. Here we go. And this is the hadith. This is what Ali is saying. Are you making fun of Ali? I am me? Are you making fun of Ali? If you have sex with the women and you are thinking about you are having sex with your wife, but in your mind there's different women you are thinking of. If you do that, your son will be a boy, but he's a gay, and he is going to be stupid, not only a gay. Guys, is my voice clear? Is my voice clear? I don't know why he's saying that. By the way, I am me. I am blind, but I did not look at any woman vagina. I mean, maybe my dad, when he had sex with my mother, he did look. I mean, I don't know how to prevent him from doing that. So, you know, like I remember this guy, he come and he say that the Sunni, they have a funny, stupid stories in their hadith, but you Shia have a lot of more stupid stories too. Look what Ali said. لا تجامع امرأتك, don't have sex with your wife unless you have a towel in your hand and a towel in the hand of your wife. So when you finish, each one of you wipe himself with it. For if you use one for both of you, you get divorced. I mean, this is wisdom. Why people get divorced? Because after they have sex, they use one towel. Are you there, I am me? I mean, I don't know if you get divorced ever before, but obviously this is the problem. All right. Why you should not have sex with your wife when you are standing up, I am me? Do you know? Come on, you are a Shia, I'm sure you know. You heard of that? Okay. Why you should not have sex with your wife standing up? Do you know? I am me? What is the reason? What will happen if you have sex with your wife standing up? Because the penis will come out in the wrong time. What wrong time? Look what your prophet he said, or your Ali. Don't have sex with your wife when you are standing, for this is the act of donkeys. And if you do that, your son will be a guy who piss a lot like donkeys. And his piss will be all over. I'm not the one saying that. This is Ali. All right? Ali, he said, don't have sex with your wife in the night of Al-Adha, the Eid of Adha, you know, the holiday of Al-Adha, the day of sacrifice. For if you do that, your son will have either 6 fingers or 4 fingers. How many fingers you have, me? 6. I have 7. All right. Should I show you more? I mean, are you poor or rich? I am me. Are you poor or rich? I am poor. Are you rich? Okay, let me tell you what happened. According to Ali, the one who is poor, his father and his mother, they have 6 under the tree. Sorry, they have 6 under the sun. Look like my father, he have sex with my mom in the beach. I mean, come on, can't you wait until they go home? I'm really upset. Now I know why I'm poor. So what do you say, I am me? Your comment.
Bipin, did you want to take the mic? Brother, your hand was up before me. Can you give me one second? Can you hear me? See, Christian friends, many of these things are based on having good sex. And you shouldn't have sex under the sun. In other words, people will see you, you know. So there are all these things that teach you to do these things, and there are some excuses or whatever stories connected with them. We don't know for sure if these are from Ali or not. These are just things that people sometimes have written based on their knowledge, and they would associate that with Ali or someone else or different. Lots of stories like that. The key to Islam is not these stories. The key to Islam is the belief in one God, Christian friends. So you want to divert off into this and that detail and stuff. But the reality is, one God is the key. Because
All right, hold on. So what we will do now with those hadith, we dump them in the garbage. You see, those are your books. So now the key of Islam is believing in one God. So what? The Egyptian before you believe in one God. The Jews before you believe in one God. The Christian believe in one God. That there's many religions, including cults, they believe in one God. People, is that true? There's a church, it's called the Church of Satan in San Francisco. Is that true? There's a church, it's called the Church of Satan. They worship one God, his name is Satan. So what? The key is worshiping one God. What a big deal. So, who is your God? You're mine. Who is your God? I challenge you to give me a definition for your God. You don't know. You're mine.
do you see BB 007 hand up, or is it just me? Because I'm jumping him, it seems like. Or I can go out of the room and come back. To me, the creator, one who made, yes, I am, well, you know, rich and poor is relative, partisan. Rich and poor is relative. If you're in the construction business for any given time, usually you are rich. To me, the God, the creator is creator of everything, is my God. Okay? Mike is free.
Really. All right. How Allah is the creator if Allah he says he is the best of the creator? This can be true if the Quran confirmed that there is only one person who is the creator. Not only this, the Quran admit in chapter 37 verse number 125 that Allah and Baal are creators, but Allah is better creator. Who is better than Baal? Allah. But Baal is a creator, and Allah is a creator, but Baal is better. How that can be? No, not true. My grandfather is not a creator, my friend. This is a lie. That's a lie. A creator is someone can give life, and the life is not coming from you. God who created you, he gave you ability, male and female, you can reproduce, but this is not you giving life. Still, God is the one who gives life. However, the Quran says Allah is the best of the creators. So take the mic and tell me who are the creators. And you know, if you want to say to me that your grandfather gave you life, are you saying that Allah comparing himself to a human being he created himself? We know what a creator means. Creator means somebody can create from the dust a human being. Creator. What is the definition of a creator in the Quran, IME? What is the definition of a creator according to Islam? Your mind. خالقين. أحسن الخالقين. Allah is the best of the creators. خالقين. So what is the definition of a creator according to Islam? Who is the creator in Islam? Your mind. Someone he make a bicycle? Someone he have sex with his wife? Is that the creator? Or someone else who create a living creature by his own? Your mind.
Well, the Khaliq, Al-Khaliq, is the ultimate creator. If not, there are many Khaliq, many people create many things, but none of them can create anything without Al-Khaliq allowing them to create. So many people can create many things. You can create a painting, right? I am the Khaliq of that. But in the end, the ultimate Khaliq is the creator, the creator. Then you've got other creators that he has allowed people to have the power to create, is what my understanding is. Mike is free for. Let me go out of the room for just a minute and I'll come back right in. Because I keep seeing Bibin's hand up. Hold on.
Don't worry about him. Bibin, put your hand down for now. IME, listen. This is false because the Quran in chapter 22, verse number 73, say clearly who is the creator, the one who can create a fly and above. If you can create a fly, you are deserved to be worshipped. The Quran is saying that. Are you going to worship people who create not? So what is the condition is? If they can create, you worship them. You said to me that the grandfather is a creator. That means it's okay to worship your grandfather if this is true. But this is not what it says. It says, it is, are you going to worship the one who create not? They can't even create a fly. So if you can create a fly, you are a creator. As simple as that. So the definition of a creator is somebody who can create a life and give a life. He can create a creature, whoever that creature is. Oh my.
So, brother, the Khaliq, Al-Khaliq, is the creator of every creator also. And what we worship is the creator of everything, without whom nothing would exist. He has allowed creatures to make other creatures. He has allowed seeds to make plants. But the ultimate Al-Khaliq, the creator, is the ultimate creator who has allowed all these things to exist. And this is what my understanding is. May Allah expand my knowledge and may Allah.
Hold on. When Allah, he says he is the best of the creator, he is comparing himself to someone. He himself, he created, and he considered himself a creator like the same as they are, but he is the best. Are you saying that, you mind?
Sorry. Well, yeah, he's the best of creators. He's the ultimate creator. He's created all the creators. And he
Guys, he created all the creators and he is the best creator. What a joke. How you can say he is the creator of all the creators? You see, IME, you speak English, right? And the same is in Arabic. We don't compare a person with other person unless they are from the same kind. This camel is more beautiful than this girl. In order to compare a camel, we have to compare him with a camel. تفضيل الجنس من نوعه ومن صنفه. So we say this is the same kind but higher quality. Cat is better than a cat, dog is better than a dog. But when Allah he say he is the best of the creators, it means they are creators. And the Quran gives definition, the one who can create a life of a fly or above. Not someone he gave birth, because this is not a creation of you. This is a creation of Allah supposedly. Isn't it Allah who says when we made the water, the sperm, we make it a clot? It's Allah who made it, not you. So stop fooling yourself and changing your religion. Who is the one who made the clot? Allah. Who is the one who made the sperm? Allah, even your sperm is not yours. So you are the creator, and everything you said, it's a lie. So we go back to zero. How Allah, he says, خلق الإنسان من نطفة, chapter 16, verse number 4. He is the one who created the human being from a sperm. Who is the one with that? Allah. So your creation does not exist. You are no creator. Chapter 18, verse number 37. He is the one who created you from dust and then from a sperm, and he made you a man. Who is that? Allah. So you are fabricating a new religion that exists in Islam. A Muslim, because he is so confused about those verses, how Allah, he says he is the best of the creators, so he have to come to you with all kind of funny definition. Oh, you know what, the one who created the computer, the one who created the spaceship. This is false. Creator is somebody give a life, and the Quran confirmed that the creation of the man is the creation of Allah alone. Yeah, the Quran say clearly that Baal, Allah, he compared himself to Baal. Allah, he compared himself to Baal. So Allah, he says that he is the best of the creators. He says, are you going to worship Baal in chapter 37, verse number 125, and you leave the best of the creators? So here we have who? We have two gods, and we have to compare between them. What is the compare between them? Is about who is the best creator, which means Allah admitted, if this is Allah talking, that Baal is a creator, but Allah is better. The verse in front of you. As long as Allah comparing himself to Baal, how he compare himself? What he compare himself to? To Baal. In what? He says he's the best of the creator. He didn't say Baal did not create. He says he is the best of the creators. Comparing himself to Baal, that's mean Baal is a creator. Are you guys following with me? Is the idea clear? If I am saying I am the best of the student, it's mean I'm a student too. And he's a student, but I'm best. Right? If I say I am the best of the driver, it's mean I am a driver, he's a driver. I am the best of the creators, mean I am a creator, and there is other creators, and who is in this case? It's Baal. And all of us, we know who's Baal. Who is Baal, guys? Anyone knows who's Baal? Who is Baal? The moon god, the god of fertility, is the creator. The Arab, they believe that he is the one who gives them babies. This is why women, they used to go and touch the black stone with their hands full of blood from their vagina when they have period, praying to the black stone, kissing the black stone, that the black stone will give them babies. So Allah, he compared himself to Baal, specifically Baal, to prove that Muhammad, he is an ignorant. Why? Because Baal is just another name of Allah. La is the moon god, Baal is the moon god, Yasin is the moon god. Chapter 36, verse number 1. Yasin, sin is the moon god. Go and search it in Google. So Muhammad, you do not know that those are three names for one god. Depend in the location. All the way with the Roman Empire, they used the word sin. All the way in the Babylon, they used the word Baal, and Syria. All the way in Arabia, they used the word La. Don't change the topic. Arab Christian under occupation for 1400 years. They've been forced to use it. Imagine if you go right now and live under ISIS and you are a Shia. They will make you say whatever they want you to say. Be honest. The Arab Christian, they are living under ISIS for 1400 years. Now don't change the topic. Why Allah who compare himself to Baal and he is saying he is the best of the creators? Now we go back to the question. In the beginning we asked you about the night of Al-Qadr. You said it's better than 1,000 months. Which night is the night of Al-Qadr? I am me myself. Which night is that night? Do you know? Do you have a proof? Do you have a proof? I have many proof. It's the opposite. And let me show you how stupid to say it is in the 27. Because your prophet himself, you do not know. Let me show you. I know you will say to me, it's based on abjad. What abjad? Come on. First of all, guys, let me show you how stupid Islam is. You see, the Christians, they celebrate Christmas, and all of us, we know that the birth of Jesus is not in December 25th. That is not the birth of Jesus. As simple as that. It is just a symbolic. People who used to be pagan, worshipping the sun god, the sun as God, they became Christians. So the day they used to designate to the pagan god, they give it to Jesus. As simple as that. When the Muslim, they say that there is a date. It is the date where the night of Muhammad received the Quran is, and this is the Quran saying that it is in certain date and it is equal to 1,000 months. People, let me explain to you how stupid that is. How many of you celebrate his birthday? Any? Who here celebrate his birthday? All right. Do you think you can celebrate your birthday in a true date ever? Is that really a true birthday? It's fake. Even the date is wrong. Even the timing is wrong. Let us say you are born in January 1st. Next year, January 1st will not be the same as January 1st last year. It's not. Every 4 years, we have to add one day. So we have February 29. Why? Because simply the date is not correct. This is number one. Number two, all of us, we know that Ramadan is a moving month. Sometimes it's in July, sometimes it's in December, sometimes it's in August, sometimes it is in September, sometimes every year it's moving. So how you say that the Quran came in the 27th of Ramadan? Which Ramadan? Ramadan is not even a fixed month. Hey guys, how you say the 27th of Ramadan, but Ramadan can come in July, and then Ramadan can come in August, and then Ramadan can come in December. So what's 27? 27 what? It's a madness, a stupidity. What numbers are the language of Almighty? What are you talking about? Your God never mentioned the number anyway. Now, let us talk about numbers. Your God, he says that this night is better than 1,000 nights. How that can be? One night is better than 63 years of a prayer. 63 years. So I pray only, sorry, 83 years, 83 years. 83 years just for praying one night? And no Muslim is sure which night is. I am me myself. Is that true that your prophet, he forget which night it was? Because his wife, she woke him up? No? Are you sure? All right. Hold on. Aisha, she woke up your prophet and he forgot the night of Al-Qadr. All right. This is a Shia website. IME. Look what the Shia are saying. You said it's 27, right? Okay. Open the website with me. Your prophet, he said, seek the night of Al-Qadr in the last 10 days of Ramadan. Remember, this is Shia. In the last 10 days of Ramadan. Why in the last 10 of Ramadan? Because Muhammad don't remember when. And why he don't remember when? Because his wife, she woke him up, so he forgot. And look what the Shia, they say. They have other explanation. They say that Fatima is the night of the power. Like, what the heck? Fatima is the night? So Fatima is the last 10 days of Ramadan. How Fatima can be the last days of 10 days of Ramadan? Fatima is the night of Al-Qadr, and whoever know Fatima, he knew what Al-Qadr is about. Madness. 27, I just showed you that there's no such a thing. Okay, show me the hadith of the Shia about the 27, please. Show me the hadith. You're copying the Sunni. The hadith. No, you know the hadith, you just mentioned it. You said the 27. You just mentioned it. What do you mean you don't know the hadith? Where do you get the number 27 from? This is a Sunni. This is a Sunni hadith. Guys, look what this what this hadith is saying. Sunni, but you don't know. One of the hadith says that Muhammad, he wanted out to tell his followers when the night of Al-Qadr is. And look what happened, guys. Two men, they fought together, so Muhammad forgot. Like, what the heck? Two men, they fought together, so Muhammad forget when the night of Al-Qadr. Have you ever heard of a prophet like this? One night is equal to 83 years, but yet because two men, they fought, the guy, he went out to tell us when the prophet is coming to tell us, but he saw two men fighting, so he forgot when the night of Al-Qadr is. That's funny. This is nothing. In different hadith, look what it says. Look at it. It says, so seek the night of Al-Qadr in the 9th and the 7th or the 5th. What does that mean? What's 7 and 9th? The 7th and the 9th. You see, between two brackets, they say to you, of the last 10th nights of Ramadan. But it doesn't say that in the hadith. It says in the 5th, in the 9th, and in the 10th, in the 7th. That's it. The Muslim, they are between two brackets and the end of Ramadan. All right, let us continue. Guys, look at this hadith. Just to show you how funny. Muhammad, he recited the Quran word by word. Muhammad, he never forgot anything. And look what happened. No, the text is not coming. Hold on. The Prophet of Allah, may Allah bless him and grant him peace. Doesn't say that actually. It says, may Allah pray on him and salute him. Come forward swiftly, while we were sitting. He approached in such a manner that we were alarmed by the speed. Muhammad is coming like so fast. Muhammad is coming. People, they are alarmed. The Prophet is coming so fast. Something wrong. Let us see what's happening. With which he came toward us. When he reached us, he greeted us and said, I came swiftly to you to tell you about the night of power. I forgot it in the time it took me to get to you. So look for it in the last 10 nights of Ramadan. What the heck? What? The guy, he forgot by the distance. He was just talking to them, coming to them. He know it. He just arrived there and suddenly he forgot it. What preserved now? What are you talking about? What preserved? How can your Prophet remember the Quran if he cannot remember even the date? He just forgot the date. How such a thing can happen? You might.
Well, actually, my question was going away a bit from your topic. Musa alayhi salam, Moses, has the entire Torah in the mother tongue of the language of Musa. Quran is preserved in Arabic. Excuse me. However, the words of Jesus that exist today that are preserved in his mother tongue are Ilai Ilai Lama Sabaqtani. Why? Can you answer, brother?
I mean, can you find me a smart Abdul? Look what we're talking about. Look what he jumped where. You want to get away from it. Jesus was quoting the Old Testament. There's a prophecy about the Messiah. When he come, he will say that they will divide his clothes. A bone of him will not be broken. So all of this was a prophecy about Jesus. So Jesus is reminding us of the prophecy of him. That's why he said it's completed. He was quoting the Old Testament. Now we go back to zero, Abdul. Why you're a prophet, he forgot. Just because you walk by, the guy is coming, he is in a rush. I know it, the date of the Al-Qadr. So excited, and he's running, he's happy, he's coming, and the Muslims, they are alarmed, like the Prophet is running, the Prophet is almost there, the Prophet is coming, the Prophet is coming, the Prophet is here. Muhammad, he came to them. Okay, I came to tell you when the night of Al-Qadr, shit, I forgot it. What the heck? I forgot when. Hold on. It is Thursday? No. It's 7/11? No, 7/11. That's Obama. No, what Obama? Okay, well, you know what? Look for it in the last 10 days of Ramadan. What the heck? Allah told him the night of Al-Qadr when it's going to be. And when we received the Quran in that night. How we can forget that? Hold on. I am me. Let me ask you. Did you say Allah, he preserved the word of Moses? He preserved it where? He preserved it where? In the tablet, right? Why did Almighty preserve only? Who will preserve? What is that? Where is that preserved? Is that in your Quran? We can find this verse there in your Quran? Because you are saying this is preserved. Is that in the Quran? You see, I just answered you. Don't be stupid with me. Do you know what the verse is saying there? I changed to come and read it. All of it is about chapter about the Messiah, the coming Messiah, and what will happen to him. It's a prophecy about the Messiah. And if you read it, you will be amazed. It's exactly the same story as what happened to Jesus. So stop being stupid. And let me ask you a question here. As long as the night of Al-Qadr is equal to 83 years, did the Quran came in one night? Did the Quran came down in one night? Or through 23 years? Your mind? No, Jesus is not begging for sake. No, he's not. Jesus, he said, let your will be done. Let your will be done. And he said, nobody can take myself from myself, but I lay down myself by myself. Don't lie, don't fabricate things, and don't change the topic. You see, this is what the Muslims do. They try to divert, exposing the religion, and they start talking about something else. The entire Quran came in one night. Guys, did you see that? The entire Quran came down in one night. So Muhammad, he have a verse about any Muslim woman, she can give herself to himself before he mentioned it. Long before he mentioned it, 20 years before he mentioned it, you might.
You want me to jump? Christ's salvation has his hand up. Well, in my understanding, Quran came in one night, actually, way before, even before the Prophet was born. He knew what the Quran was. He was ordered by Gabriel, or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through Gabriel, to give which verses where. And he always told them where to be first. And this is how it was written. So, but my question was more basic question to us. You're going into the fine details. I'm asking you broad questions. The entire words that Moses uttered, Musa uttered, are there in the Torah, 5 books. No discussion, no, all the Jews believe in it. They know the Torah by heart, many of them. Many of them know the whole Torah in Hebrew as uttered by Moses. The same thing for Quran. The entire Quran, the Shia Sunni, they all have the same Quran pretty much. The Christians don't have any, unified version of what Christ said, except one sentence of Christ that he uttered, which is on Ila ila lama sabaqtani. Why have you forsaken me, my Lord? Why is the Savior saying that I have been forsaken? I don't have a Savior. I need to be saved. Isn't that a coincidence, Christopher? It's a point to ponder for you to think about. That the only thing.
You see, the Muslims, this is what they do. From all the story of Jesus, they take only one sentence. How come you did not say it's complete? How come you did not quote that? How come you did not quote Jesus saying to the guy next to him, today I say to you, you will be with me in heaven? How come you did not quote? You quote only this one. This is the only one is important for you, right? Because all the verses together, they make a lot of sense, not one sentence again, alone. Jesus is promising a person to be with him in heaven for what? In which authority? When Jesus is quoting that verse, he is quoting the prophecy. It's not about the Father forsaking him. The prophet who wrote this prophecy is speaking about what in the world happened that the Messiah is being forsaken. What in the world happened that the Messiah is being crucified? How you Jews do that? So the Messiah is quoting what the prophet he quote about him, prophesying about him. Otherwise the Messiah is not forsaken. And to prove the Messiah, he resurrected himself in the 3rd day. He's alive, my friend. He is not dead. Jesus will be forsaken if Jesus was dead and never lived. That's it. That's forsaken. Who said one sentence of Jesus was uttered and preserved? What do you mean? What do you mean? Anyone understand God what he's saying? We keep repeating the same thing. He is quoting from the Old Testament because this is a prophecy about him. Repeat again the same question. Why the rest of the sentence are in Greek? What do you mean in Greek? Are you stupid or what? Are you stupid or what? Jesus spoke in Greek? Well, Jesus speaks languages. So what if he spoke in Greek? But this is not a Greek, my friend. Why why only one sentence of the man in his mother tongue? Who told you he spoke in a Greek? Who told you he spoke in a Greek? Abdul, the Old Testament is not written in Greek. The Old Testament is written in Aramaic and in Hebrew. There's no Greek there. What original NT in the Greek? This is not true. The original is written in many languages. It's not only in one language. Who is the idiot who told you that? It's written in Greek, written in Aramaic, written in Hebrew, and written even in Coptic, and written in Ethiopian, in many languages. But in all languages. And the statement you are quoting is in Hebrew, which is born from the Aramaic. There's nothing called original New Testament is in Greek. That's not true. All of them, they are original. All the books are original and written in many languages. You are talking about manuscript. Manuscript we have. The manuscript is written in many languages, but the majority we have of it, we have in Hebrew, we have in Greek, and we have in Aramaic. Now, Abdul, you are just trying to divert our topic from the conversation. When you say that Allah, He gave Jibreel the whole Quran, and He gave it, and He told him to give Muhammad the Quran like verse by verse. That's wonderful. In chapter 2, verse 106, it says, any verses we abrogate or we cause to be forgotten. Allah, He caused to be forgotten to who? To Jibreel or to Muhammad? Allah causing the Quran to be forgotten. Who is the one who forgot the Quran? Jibreel or Muhammad or the Muslims? Yeah, you want to repeat the same sentence forever. Hypocrites. And you know what? If you want to talk about the crucifixion of Jesus, let us talk about it. As long as you are so much worried about what Jesus said on the cross, what about you tell me what the Quran says about Jesus, what he said on the cross? Or what happened to Jesus on the cross? According to your Quran, your God Allah is a perverted God who cheated and lied, and he preserved the true Jesus and he put someone look like him. That is a cheater. That is a cheater. Your God, he put someone look like Jesus in the cross. To fool who? To fool us. There's more than 3 billion Christians today. They believe Jesus was crucified. But according to the Quran, Jesus was not. Allah did lie to us. Allah made us see someone in the cross, but he was not there. Who was the stupid in this story? So a Muslim is worried about what Jesus said in the cross, which is nothing but a quotation of Old Testament, but he's not worried about his God faking Jesus. cloning Jesus. And you know, when we ask a Muslim any question, he try always to change the topic. When we say to them is that the Jews, they killed prophets, and who are they? If Jesus was saved, who are they, the prophets, the Jews they killed? Any Muslim can tell us? No answer. But they will go back and they will say to you, why Jesus he said that statement in the cross? And it doesn't matter how many times you answer it and how many times you explain it, it still will repeat it again and again and again. Because you don't want to talk about the Quran. Any Muslim can tell us in chapter 5, verse number 70, who are they, the prophets, the Jews they killed? I mean, what's wrong with this Quran? The Quran mentions things, but there's no explanation, and there's no proof of it. And we do not know who. And those are prophets. You see, Allah, He have time to tell us about the ant and Sulaiman. Allah have time to tell us about the genies diving for Sulaiman. Allah have time to tell us about the 7 peoples, which is a funny story. Allah have time all the time. But God's prophets was killed. Allah have no time to tell us who are they. Who is Israel? Allah did not tell us. Who is the Holy Spirit? Muslims do not know. They guess and they guess it's Jibreel. The whole Quran never say who is the Holy Spirit. He have no time, but he have time to tell us about boogers and vagina, and the prophet is horny, and women they want to give themselves. He have time for that. The crucifixion of Jesus, all of it is in 2 lines in the Quran. Explain what happened. The story of the ant took you more than 20 verses, and the story of Jesus took you a verse. The story of the she-camel who gave birth and who she is born from a rock took you more than 20 verses, and the story of Jesus took you a verse. Allah have no time. Christ is salvation, you might. Who is this guy? Oh. Your mic is jumping, Papa. Be careful.
Hello to everyone. God bless you. As I said a week ago, was it? All Muslims are similarly as this guy. They present themselves like, how to say it, peaceful, kind, blah, blah, blah. When you corner them, when you corner them, they are ready to take the gun out, and shoot you in the head because they don't have an answer. They don't have an answer. That's their defense. And then he was coming and saying, why is it only how to say it, the Elis Lama Sabachthani, the only saved in the mother tongue of Jesus Christ. First of all, we believe that Christ is the Word of God. What does that mean? That means that Jesus didn't have a limit of languages. He said, everyone who has ears, listen and understand. You know, listen and understand. Everyone that has ears. Either it was Roman soldiers, or Jew soldiers, or peasants, slaves or anyone. Either they were Galileans or whatever, yeah, they could listen and understand. As he was saying Ephatha to people when he was giving hearing and voice, and he was giving sight to the blind people and arms to people that they didn't have arms. Similarly, he was having the same with the language. No limit language. Everyone could listen and understand him. That's why there were Greek people there and they were asking him questions. They were Jews there and they were asking him questions. Galileans asking him questions. How many languages should he speak? Yeah, because they don't understand. Let's take it for instance. Yeah, not very far away from here, India, 1 billion people. Okay, every province has its own language. Every province has its own language. Well, in that particular area where Jerusalem was, every, let's say, province has its own language. Greek with Hebrew, Aramaic with Hebrew, Hebrew with Greek. I don't know, put it anything, yeah, Latin or anything. You choose. Well, it's not difficult to understand when he was saying listen and understand everyone that have ears. It's so easy to understand it. So there was no mother tongue for Jesus Christ. He is the Word. He can speak every language because there is no language limit for God. Not like Mohammedans. There is limit of Arabic language and they don't want to go anywhere else because they cannot go anywhere else. It is their limit. They can go until there. They cannot go further. They cannot look further. They're not, they don't have a real God. How to say it? There's no other words. There is no other words to say it. They don't have a real, this God never spoke to Muhammad, never presented himself to Muhammad. So they have stuck with a language that no one understands, only a few. The Quranic text itself, no people understand it. It's so deep. It's not only difficult, it's not difficult. It is not a language to understand by human nature or by any nature, because it's not written correctly. Many of those alleged manuscripts are written either very early or very late. What of religion do you have? You don't even know what you have, Muslims. Allah is God. Quran is God. He will become a human or will take a human nature or something like that and will tell to Allah how many sins you have done or you haven't done, how many times you have recited the Quran or how many times you didn't recite, something like that. What else you have as a God? The black stone will become also the same thing like the word of God that you have. What else they have? So they have Aluza, Manat, and then they say they are not polytheists. They are the true polytheists. They are doing the same thing that the polytheists are doing. Circling the Kaaba, kissing the black stone, going up and down the two mountains. Pagan practices, justified with a closed monotheistic religion. Come on. And you talk about Christ. You don't even know Christ. Can you talk about Christ? That is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. maybe. Thank you a lot.
All right. Well, you know, the whole point of Muslims asking questions is not to really ask a question. The same question this guy, he asked me 1,000 times. But he will ask the same question when he come next week. The whole point is he don't want you to talk about his prophet and to question how stupid he is. As simple as that. So the purpose of those questions the Muslim they ask, not because they are looking for answers, because they heard the answer of the questions over and over and over, but they are trying to make you stay away from Islam. Biben, your mic.
Hello, 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 guys, can you listen me? Hello, hello, hello. Okay, guys. First of all, I would like to tell that Abdul was saying something about that I mean in English, other way of political way. It is in the survey idea about the prophecy of coming Messiah uh, who will cry, Lord, Lord, why have forsaken me? So first of all, hello, hear me now? Yeah, okay. Okay. First of all, I would like to try to take Abdul. Was saying something about that Jesus God, he was saying something like, Lord, Lord, why have you forsaken me? This is about the prophecy in the Old Testament where Jesus, where the coming Messiah would say these words. This point is refuted by the Abdul. Yes, Isaiah. It is written somewhere in Isaiah. I don't remember now, but you can find it in the book of Isaiah. I am sure it is written somewhere in Isaiah. And there is also lots of prophecy written about Jesus, like he will be called Wonderful God, Mighty Father, Prince of Peace, and whatnot. Second of all, Jesus also said that all that Father has is mine. Now wait a minute. Who is this Father? This Father is God. Okay. So everything that Father has, what does Father has? Father has heaven. Father owns everything in this world and hereafter. So everything that Father has, also Jesus does have. So what does that make? So what does that make Jesus? He's God. Jesus can forgive sins. Who can forgive sins? The Father, the God. Right. Second of all, Jesus said before Abraham was born, I am. How can Jesus be there? If he was just a human, how can be there before Abraham? Right? It was around 1000 years after the Jesus was born, right? So how can Jesus be there even before Abraham was born? If he was just a simple human, that doesn't make sense, right? I am the great word I am Yahweh, but Muslims say that I am just meant that just I am not the sense of Yahweh. But even that is the case, then that doesn't make any sense. Second of all, how can Jesus raise the dead? And when I look at Jesus say that I can lay down my life whenever I wish, and it is up to me and whatnot. He said lots of things which should contradict as a prophet. He had many power. He had power to forgive sins. He raised life. Uh, he also said that you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of God. Now, which prophet sit at the right hand of God? This doesn't make any sense. And if you also read the chapters in Revelations where Jesus said, "I'm the Alpha and the Omega." Alpha and the Omega means first and the last. Now, does this sound like a normal human being to you? No, it doesn't. According to me, this only means that he is truly the Son of God. So there, as you can see, so there is lots of verses where you can see that Jesus did claim to be God. Uh, he also said that he didn't came to be served, but he came to serve. So yeah, you can see that Jesus is also human, also God. If you read the Gospel of John, you can completely understand his true nature. And if you read the book of Genesis, when he did create human, he did say that we will let us create man in our image. Now, our means plural, right? So there was someone else in the Quran who did wanted to create human. So there you go. There in Old Testament also there is duality, which means Trinity, according to the New Testament. So Old Testament and New Testament does connect together. So according to me, yes, Jesus is God, the Son of God, and Holy Spirit is also God. So there is time between God and it is only one God, not three gods. So yeah, it all makes sense if you read 1,000 following. The mic is yours, CP. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, you know, the Bible is not a phrase you take and you place wherever you want. It's a book. So if you want to quote Jesus, quote what Jesus said. Quote when he said, "Me and the Father is one. Whoever saw me, he saw the Father." Quote him forgiving sin. Quoting him ordering death. Quote him making people see after they used to be blind. Quote him. Quote everything about him, and then you will know Jesus. But you don't say a sentence Jesus said, and then you try to explain who is Jesus. Muslims are hypocrites. If we do the same about their prophet, they will say upset. They will say, no, you cannot do that. You should say what he said. All of it, not only this. Read 5 verses before and 5 verses after. Why you don't do the same? In which authority, Jesus even, he says to them, it's been said to you, but I say to you. That is not an authority of a prophet. Do we have any Muslim here? Muslims are like kids. You have to play with them. Who is a Muslim want to tell us who is the name of Jacob, where it's coming from? We want to continue because we have more things to say. Jacob, who want to tell us? Who gave Jacob the name of Israel? And where we can find in the Quran that Jacob is Israel? Any Muslim? From those who are listening in YouTube, maybe. My friend, listen carefully. When a Muslim, he says to you, Jesus is just a man. He is just a prophet of God. Look at this Jesus. In their book, not Jesus in our book. Jesus in their book is born with no father. Jesus in their book, he spoke when he's in the cradle. Jesus in their book, he is holy. Chapter 19, verse 19. In their book, Jesus, he can tell you what you hide in your house. He can make the blind see. He can heal the leper. He can raise people from death. He can create from the mother bird. In their book, Jesus never died. In their book, Jesus in heaven. In their book, Jesus, he is the one who will come back and he will be victorious against the Antichrist. And all of this is about Jesus, who is the man, normal man. So what the greatest prophet did, Muhammad, he was having sex and busy with sex and with the children. Reason the Messiah is and what he did in his lifetime. And look what Muhammad did in his lifetime. While the Messiah was resurrecting people from death, healing the sick ones, Muhammad was busy having sex with the children, making verses about God giving him women and limited number. While Jesus, he was feeding thousands from nothing, Muhammad was asking people to feed him, to pay him. How in the world, like a Muslim, he forgot all those things about Jesus, and he remember that Jesus said, "Ili ili lama shabaktani." This is the only problem you have. And you know what? When the Muslim admit that the Messiah will come and he will be victorious against the Antichrist. Question: Christ is an Antichrist, not anti-Allah. Any Muslim can tell us? Christ is just a prophet, supposedly, right? So why the Shaitan, he will be Antichrist? He is just a prophet. Allah, he sent 124,000 prophets. Shaitan want to be only Antichrist? No, there's no Mahdi. Mahdi is alive, my friend. When you say the Mahdi is an Antichrist, meaning you believe in the Mahdi. There's no such a thing. This guy, he was one of the descendants of Muhammad, and he was killed by the Caliph and those stupid Shia. They are waiting for him to come back. He disappeared. Obviously, the soldiers of the Sultan, they kidnapped him, they killed him. And those stupid Muslims, they are waiting for him. Let them wait. Don't believe in any of the lies Muslims they come with. Mahdi and those things is all fabrication of the Muslims. And Abdul. And do you know what the Muslim they fabricate about Al-Mahdi? Al-Mahdi, they claim that his mother, her name is Maryam. And he is born from the side of her leg. Like what? From the side of her leg. I'm so glad she did not give birth to him from her nose. Why? Because he is Al-Mahdi, and there's no way Allah will allow him to get his mother to give birth to him from her vagina. He gave birth to him from the side of her leg. You know, all of Islamic stories is nothing but fictions, and amazingly, you know, why the Muslim don't make fun of you when you believe that Mary, she was a virgin? Have you ever heard of a Muslim question Mary to be virgin? Never. Why? Is that because it's logical? Is that because it's convincing? No. There's no logic. Based on the story of Islam, there's no logic. Why Mary, she will give birth as a virgin? Doesn't make sense. All the prophets before Muhammad, including Muhammad, they are born from a woman and a man. Why Jesus? Any Muslim can tell us why Jesus? What the problem here? If you want to say to me it's a miracle, okay, I understand it's a miracle, but what's the point of this miracle? Nobody can prove this miracle. I can say, my mother, she can say, she gave birth to me when she was a virgin. Who can prove it or disapprove it? So what's the point of this miracle? Unless there is something behind the story that this person is not from this earth. He is not like us. Otherwise, anyone explain to us why. Why only Jesus? The Muslim, they say to you, the Quran says that the similarity of Adam is the same as Jesus. But that's stupid, because the Quran confirmed that Adam was created from mud. And then Allah, he breathed into the mud. Can I do? And you notice this guy, you know, the Shia, by the way, they practice taqiyya a lot more than the Muslim Sunni. All the hadith I showed him about Ali saying this and that, do you see the answer? He never answered. He jumped right away. He don't want to talk about it. All the stupid things that Ali he said, he have no comment about it. He is only worried about Jesus said, Ili, Ili. By the way, I hope you guys learn how to protect yourself when you have sexual activities with your wife. Because, you know, remember, Ali is the teacher here. All right? Like if you don't want you have to have a son, he is poor, don't ever make you and your wife exposed to the sun when you have sex. Because if you do so, you will become poor, and then they will make you like me. Imagine. God forbid, you don't want to be like me. However, if you want to have a baby, you want to have boys. Anyone remember what you do if to have boys? If you don't want to have girls? Anyone remember how to do it? How? You have to place your hand, the right hand, in the front of her when you are behind her, when you are having sex, and you put your hands, your fingers in her belly button. And then you say, may Allah make him call him Muhammad. And then he will be a boy. And then the guy, he have 7 boys. 7. What do you want more? I should not actually share with you those secrets, because those I should charge you for it. And Abdul. Look at this story. This is a story reported from Al-Hassan. Once Al-Hassan, he was eating. This is the family of Muhammad. He was eating, and then a lotus fell down in the food. So he grabbed that insect and he opened the wings. Now, do you know, anyone knows what it says in the wing? Guess. Let us see what those, we have names waiting, and we will continue. Eddie, you're mine.
Okay, thank you, CP. Yeah, now, if I remember right, or is this a different sect of Islam, but doesn't the man, the first one, whoever discharges first, determine the sex of the baby? Mic free.
Hi, everybody. Christian Price. You should talk about Judaism because you are not Muslim. And you want me to report it? Do you?
She want to report me? I should not talk about Islam. She want to report me? Oh, please don't. Please. Come on. Don't do that. I will pay you. Don't hold on. Why you want to report me? You report me to who? Huh? Draga, you want to report me to who? Take the mic. Tell me. You want to report me to who? What's your problem? Go ahead.
What's your problem? You should see a psychiatrist. Do not talk about somebody else's religion because you don't have one. And I think you are just, I don't want to be rude. No, you guys can say whatever you want, but it's not nice. I make point.
Is it nice when your prophet, he says the Christian and the Jews are dirty and filthy and pigs and monkeys? Your mind? Do you think it's nice? Go ahead.
I am not presenting myself as you are presenting yourself to be Muslim.
Who told you I'm a Muslim? Are you stupid? Who told you I'm presenting myself as a Muslim? I'm not a Muslim. My name is a Christian prince. Do you know how to read, how to write? My name is a Christian prince. Do you know what does that mean? It means I'm a Christian. You're mine.
Why you are presenting yourself to be Muslim? Why?
Lady, who told you I'm presenting myself to be a Muslim? God forbid, I'm not. Do I sound stupid for you? Muslim is someone believe that Allah will make his penis endless. A Muslim, he believe that women have half a brain. I don't believe in that. I'm not a Muslim. You're mine.
How can you talk about something that you don't know about? Answer me.
Okay, I will turn now my engine, and that will make me knowledgeable, and that will make you believe that I know. Brother sister, our sister David coming, we come to take him from Bangladesh. She's asking a question. How we can make teeth? It's very easy to make a teeth. You bring milk and you read the Quran. Chapter 13, verse 13 says, how you know I don't or I do not know? Do you know me? Did you speak to me? Did you ask me questions? How you know I know or I don't? You just enter the room and you're upset because we are speaking about Islam. Sarsi, whatever your name, you're mine.
I am too smart for you. Why you are mad now? Because I am giving you point and I am telling you truth. What do you know about Islam? Did you read Quran? Is it Quran same as Bible? Answer me those questions.
For sure, the Quran is not the same as the Bible. The Quran is very, very a fantastic book. As an example, the Quran speaks about the flying carpet. Do you believe in flying carpet? Do you have a flying carpet at home? You're mine?
You are just playing like a kid in first grade. And I thought you are adult. What I believe, it's my belief. But
guys, do you see why I am still single? Women, don't be upset from me. I mean, those women don't present you. Honest to God, if all women like this, I will commit suicide. What do you mean you believe in my belief? This is the chat room, so why you are coming here? Go. What about you practice this? My room is my room too. This is my room. This is my room. You don't like it, don't stay here. My belief is my belief. So? Answer me. Do you believe in the flying carpet? By the way, my daddy used to have one. But we cannot carry you. You are so heavy. MashaAllah. Allah, he said, or sorry, Muhammad, that Allah will make your ass in the heaven 1 mile size. How we can find you an underwear fit with your ass, with such an ass? 1 mile? How big are you? What do you think? How Allah will make your ass 1 mile? He will pump air? He will become like a balloon? Go ahead.
listen to me, honey. You need psychiatrist. You need to fix your life. I think you have a problem with yourself, not with somebody else. What do you think?
Okay, I will ask you a question. I need your help. Look like you are very smart. Sometimes I imagine myself having sex with my wife, but in fact I did not. What do you think the problem? You're mine. Help me. I think you are right. I imagine myself having sex with my wife, but in fact I did not do it. So what do you think the problem is? Is that illusion? Madness? What do you think?
Honey, I don't care about your private life. That's your life. And you should think about your life.
No, but I'm seeking your help because look like you are very smart. So if someone like me, he thought that he's having sex, but in fact he is not having sex. Like now, I'm thinking I'm talking to you, but maybe I'm not talking to you. So what do you think? What is the name of the situation? Is it an illness? Is it a sickness? What they call it? And how we can solve it? You're mine.
You are trying to be something on Paltalk because you are nothing in your private life. That's his problem. Why you are angry? Why you are giving me that all the time?
You see, you are being stupid now because I'm not angry. I'm asking you a question. And the story I mentioned to you, it's about your prophet. He imagined himself having sex. Guys, somebody post the hadith. Your prophet, he imagined himself having sex, but in fact he never did. He never did. So the question now, which is making me busy and dizzy, the prophet was having sex with what exactly? The pillow? When a man imagined himself having sex and this is not at night time, it's daytime. What do you think the situation is? What is happening? He is suffering from illusion? Delusional? Go ahead.
I mean, in my opinion, you have like a problem with the sex.
I do. You see, I'm really worried that Allah will take me to heaven and will make my penis English. Imagine how many cars, the ants in the jungle, they will be eating the penis. They will climbing over it. The dogs will be pissing on it. I mean, come on, is that a reward or a punishment? So who is the one who has a problem with sex, me or your prophet? He is the one who keep mentioning sex. What kind of a prophet? You are the one who said. The one who keep talking about sex, he must have a problem. I'm just quoting what your prophet said. Why your prophet, he promised the Muslim man that his penis will be endless and will never go sleep. Do you have an explanation? Go ahead.
How do you know? Have you been there in those times?
What?
How do you know something that you haven't seen with your own eyes?
Draga, are you single? I want to ask you a favor. Please don't ever get married. Please. Okay? Just stay single. Because you have a problem. I talk about something, you talk about something else. I said your prophet, he promised you in heaven. What do you mean, did you see it? It or not? What kind of a prophet he promised you endless penis? Not you, the man. For in your case, you will have endless vagina. So imagine you are 5-inch thick. Vagina is endless. You might.
Do you know what is my vagina? Have you seen my vagina? Have you studied my vagina?
Oh boy. I don't want to see your vagina, lady. I mean, come on, I'm drinking my tea now. That's disgusting. What's wrong with you? We are talking about religion now. Let me see. Do you want to study my vagina? Did she say study my vagina? Okay, open page number 2. Do you know that your prophet, he said that the name of the men who will F a woman is written in her vagina? Open page number 3 and tell me the names you see there. You're mine.
I am not talking about religion. I really don't care about religion. I'm talking now about you. I'm trying to help you.
Just sit down, mad woman. We have enough of stupidity. Do we have any Muslim here? Two stupid women in town. Imagine, guys, imagine those two women, they work with you, or one woman, she work with you in the same office, and she have a table next to you. I will move. Now I know why Muslims are seeking refugee. Muslim men. Look at the women. No wonder, man. With women like this, the whole Muslim world, they will leave. They will leave to the moon. We talk about what the Prophet, he said. She said, you want to study my vagina? It's your Prophet who speak about your vagina. I'm not interested in your vagina. May Allah bless your vagina. By the way, if you die and you are old, you sound like an old woman, don't worry. Allah will make you very young and youth when you go. And the first thing will happen to you, when you go to heaven, you will become virgin again. I'm sure now she is so excited. Any Abdul here? Yeah. Actually, in the Middle East, there's a product. It's called Virgin Again, made in China. Middle Eastern are #1 buyers for it, because Middle Eastern, it's a taboo to have sex. So the girls, they go and sleep around, and before they get married, they want a virgin again. So they have one of two choices: either make a surgery, which is more safe, but they're afraid that somebody might know about them, or they buy the Virgin Again product. She inserted there, so in the day of having the first night, whatever they call it, she claimed that she is losing her virginity and the blood will come out. Do we have any Muslim here? Somebody speaking about Jesus would be the judge by the word or by etc. You see, judge is a judge, and words will not make a difference. I can make the same statement and I can rephrase it again. When I say that the Messiah will come back as a judge, that have one meaning. Judge is a person who have authority and to rule. When we say we have an executive officer and we have an officer. When we say that we have a supreme judge and we have lower judge. At the end of the day, is that judge able to perform his judgment, or just a judgment of words to condemn? Jesus is the judge who can perform, and he judged by the word, and he is the word, and he is the authority. We have a guy, his name is James. He says, you decide by Paul. We don't decide by Paul. First of all, Paul, he speaks for Jesus. He don't speak for himself. Secondly, you yourself, you do not know what you are talking about. Paul and the Messiah, both of them, they say the same, that the Messiah is the judge. When the Messiah, he will come in the cloud with the glory of his angels. He will say, bring them in front of me and slay them. And don't call me brew, James. We don't brew the devil. Do we have any Muslim here? And by the way, the Muslims, they have very bad problem with Paul. But the Quran mentioned Paul. We are dumb? Okay, put your hand up, Missin. Let us see how smart you are. Your mic, New Testament. Just take the mic. He will not take it. He's a Muslim coward.
Okay. I actually have a question for you. I kind of need a little bit of help on something. I don't know if you have the time. It's kind of a big question. It has to deal with the David Wood and Sam Shimon's a Muslim. What do they call it? The Muslim dilemma argument. Is it okay if we speak on that? Your mic.
Give me the question. Don't mention names for me, please. I don't care for the names. And for the guy who is speaking in YouTube, he says, how come Jesus appeared to Paul and nobody saw that? James Lacoon, are you a Muslim? Are you a Muslim? Because you are saying stupid things. Paul, after Jesus appeared to him, he's still killing Christians? Are you stupid donkey like your prophet? Paul was killing Christians after he became a Christian? I want you to come here in Paltalk, James. Your text will not appear in the chat no more. If you want to talk, come to me. Come to me. Let us laugh at you. Come to Paltalk. I want to talk to you by voice. Be a man, James. First of all, Muslims, they use Christian names to lie. Secondly, I challenge you to show me what you are saying and what you are talking about. And why if Paul and he have no witnesses is a problem for you, but your prophet, he never have a witness for anything. Your prophet, he went to the seventh heaven and he came back, he have no witnesses. Your prophet, he see the angel, he have no witnesses. Your prophet, he do everything he do, even his sex was false. If you are a man, come to the chat room, James. We are waiting for you. The Muslim undercover of the name James. When the hadith says that the prophet, he imagined himself having sex with his wife, but the fact he did not, that means he does no witness that Muhammad even having sex with his wife. Even sex was alone. Even his sex was alone. We go back to you, New Testament authority, but please without names. I don't know. I hear about David Wood or anyone. Just give me the question. What is the question? You're mine.
Oh, I apologize. That's actually a Windows-based thing. It's New Technology Authority. Has nothing to do with the Bible. I'm sorry for that mistake. A lot of people make that mistake. No, what I was referring to was the argument with chapter 5, verse 5, correlating with chapter 6, 115. You know that argument? That's what I was referring to. I'm kind of in a bind on something on that. I wanted to bring to your attention. That's why. That's what I was referring to. I didn't need to mention any names, but I know you know what the argument I'm talking about just by those two chapters. Your mic.
Yeah, but what do you have? You said you have a question. I don't know. Give you the question. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, when I first discovered that argument from those two people, I thought it was quite amazing. So I said to myself, okay, I'm going to try it on for size. And I actually used that argument with a Muslim online, and it seems like every single Muslim crumbles on that argument every time. And I was actually shocked because I didn't think it could be that easy. Chapter 18, verse 25. I mean, I went through all of them, and I can see the correlation that any question that they would come up for that was already covered, which I thought was amazing. But here's where I'm having a problem. The people who are not Muslim but are angry at the Muslims at this time. When I bring up that particular subject, they're actually getting angry at me. I'm actually getting friendly fire, and I'm going to tell you why. I understand that Isa is not Jesus in the Quran. I totally understand that, and I read into that, and I exactly, we understand that. But at the same time, I'm using Jesus as an argument, if you know what I mean. Now, I'm getting flack from the non-Christians in Paltalk for even using that. And I ask them why. And I'm not really getting an answer, but I am getting an answer, if you know what I mean, because we understand doublespeak. These people just want the world to burn. And they're angry. And I can understand that. But to fight with a Muslim in an argument in Paltalk for 2 hours, and I come in and I decimate him less than 5 minutes with this argument, people are happy that it happened, and half the people are angry. And the people who are angry are not even a Muslim. You see where my dilemma is now? Your mic.
All right. Can you tell us the argument you are talking about, how you understand it, so people they can what you are talking about? Can you, like the same thing you say to the Muslims? Let's see what those Christians will say to you. As you said, the Christians, they are causing your problem. So can you tell us what is the argument exactly? Your mic.
Oh, without a doubt. To me, this is a sure, an absolute sure winner of an argument. Because I understand one of the fallacies they have to abide by. They have to believe in Jesus Christ. See, an atheist, I understand the argument. You can't go that route with an atheist because an atheist will take it in a different direction. But if you're a Muslim, you have to. It's a give me right off the bat. So half of it's decimated. So what were you ask? I'm sorry, I misquote. I was talking about chapter 3, verse 3. Chapter 6, verse 115. You know what you want me to do the argument? Okay. What I usually do is when a Muslim's acting stupid and he's claiming that he's Christian, because I hear them all the time, oh, I'm not Muslim, I'm Christian. I'm like, well, and you can tell they're not. I always bring up chapter 3, verse 3 in the Quran. Now, the thing is, a lot of these rooms I noticed, you cannot bring up any biblical scriptures or Jewish scripture. You can't even do that. But because it's dealing with Islam. So I'm not breaking any rules when I'm bringing this argument up. So I'll ask the Muslim, I say, do you believe that the Quran is the absolute word of God? They go, yeah. So I say, okay, let's read chapter 3, verse 3. And I say, and it says, see, there you go. Ed's right on top of it. And I say it says, and he has sent down upon you, meaning Allah, to O Muhammad, the book and truth, confirming, and I of course I'm putting the emphasis on the confirming, because that's the idea we're trying to get to their head, And then, of course, it says, and he revealed the Torah and the gospel. Now, when it says gospel, I had a Muslim say, okay, I'm going to read this passage in Arabic. And of course, they use the word Injil, which means gospel. And I get this argument, well, you got the wrong gospel. It's the wrong one, they say. It's a different one. So I asked them, which gospel is that? The missing one. They go, we don't know. They say it's hidden. Yeah, the Injil. Thank you, lady. And I say, well, if it's hidden, then which one are you talking? If you wouldn't even know about it in the first place. And I said, you know what? To even rectify that question, the Quran still answers it, because it talks about the book of Psalms in chapter 17, verse 55, where it says, and your Lord is most knowing of whoever is in the heavens and in the earth. And we have made some of the prophets exceed in others in various ways. To David, we gave the book of Psalms. I mean, so you ask yourself, what other gospel has Psalms? Well, you already know there's only one gospel, so they can't use that argument. And if they're going to say, well, it's 4 books, well, it's the book of Psalms. It's still in the gospel. It's a no-brainer, you know. And then if they have to believe that it's all the word of God, you show them passages in there where it's like I said, like chapter 6, verse 115. You can't change Allah's words. So I correlate to them that God is all beginning, all end, you know, Alpha, Omega, and you cannot. He's the same then as he is from now on. You know. So that starts to mess with their head. I see it happen. I see them pause, and it's checkmate. It's absolutely amazing to witness. Now, the Christians in the room are like, that was wonderful. But the other people they're not Muslim. I don't know who they are or what their belief systems are, but they get angry. And what they say is, you can't use that argument because Jesus isn't Jesus in the Quran. It's Isa. But we all know the story of Isa, how it's still not the Jesus. The argument I'm getting it from is not from the Muslim, but it's from the people witnessing what I'm doing to the room, to the Muslim, and getting angry at me because I had to bring up Jesus. That's weird. I just find that very strange. And it almost feels like friendly fire, you know what I mean? I have to get on the phone and I have to tell these people, listen, I'm not your enemy. Why are you treating me like I'm your enemy? we're all on the same side here. But I look at it as the more and more I listen to them, they want them all dead. All of them. They don't want no olive branch. And these are the people who are not Muslim. And I'm saying to myself, okay, we can't just do that. And it just, all I'm saying, it just feels weird to get friendly fire on this. You know what I mean? And from a beautiful argument that puts the Muslim to the knee. I mean, it's amazing. So, I don't know. Maybe that's just, I'm correlating it with, I don't know, side effects. Open mic.
All right. You know, and do you speak Arabic? Do you speak Arabic? All right. You said David Wood and Sam Shamoun, you learned it from them. But do David Wood and Sam Shamoun speak Arabic? They don't. None of the Islamic translation, it says that he approved what is between their hands. Not even one. Do we agree? Is that correct? Not even one Islamic translation says that he approved what is between his hands. They say in the translation what is previously sent before him. Okay, so how David Wood, he was able to know what the real translation is? See, all those arguments, my friend, when with my respect to everybody, when we were making videos exposing Islam, those names, they aren't even Christian at that time, and they know nothing about Islam. And there's no way that you can know what the Quran is saying. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about, you know, if you learn it from somebody, doesn't mean that they are the one who taught really about it. The point is, all Muslim translation is false. And for someone like Sam Shamoun or David Wood who don't speak Arabic, in order to learn really what the Quran is saying, they have to ask somebody speak Arabic. Is that correct? Now, that means that the argument cannot be coming from someone who doesn't speak Arabic. Somebody who speaks Arabic first, he noticed this and he mentioned it, and they share it, which is good. So always I advise you, like if you want to learn about Islam, try to find someone who speaks Arabic, because the one who is teaching you, they will listen to that person who speaks Arabic so they can learn from him. It's the same as, like saying, I'm a doctor, I'm going to give you a prescription, but I do not know how to write Latin or English. And I do not know how to read, how to write. This religion, all the secret is in Arabic. All the Quran translation is false. All the Hadith translation is false. No, I'm not saying you cannot. No, you cannot use the Quran.com. You cannot. It's a false translation. That's what I was saying all this time. If you read all the translation, you will see not even one of them is true. So how you can use it? What the names you mentioned, David Wood and Sam Shamoun, they are not using the translation of those websites, because the translation there doesn't say that. They are using an accurate translation given to them by somebody, an Arabic Christian, let us say, whoever that is. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter audio or not. Okay, do you listen to the English? The English audio is nothing but what is the text translated, right? There's no difference between the audio and the text. Yeah, I will give you the mic. All right, go ahead.
I understand what you're saying, that it's their interpretation, but that's okay. It's the general argument is what I learned from them, is what I meant. So what I did was I followed the chapters, I wrote them down and read them word for word. But this is what I did, because I did notice what he did say, something about it's all in your hands. I'm like, it doesn't say that, because I couldn't find that. So I said, okay, I'm going to go back in these videos and I'm going to write down the chapters and the verses. I'm going to go look. But when I did, I only went to one place. I said, I'm going to keep it consistent. So I'm going to use Quran.com. I mean, that's all I can do. I mean, I don't speak Arabic, like you say. I don't read Arabic, like you say. So I'm trying to find something, you know what I mean? I want to keep consistent, because generally that argument is compelling. And that's what I meant. It doesn't mean David had to interpret it or Sam interpreted it. No, I went and I wrote down numbers and I looked them up, and then I reread them for myself, and the argument the argument still stands. So I thought it was foolproof. But if you're saying that I shouldn't be using the Quran.com because it's not reliable, because it's not the original Arabic of what, then I'm at a standstill. What are your suggestions? Open mic.
Okay, let me explain to you. If you make your argument based on a false translation, don't you think that our argument can be weakened? Because one word can change everything. And all Muslim translation is false. So the argument can be solid if you have a real, honest translation. And until now, I could not find one Muslim having good translation. I can give you tons of examples. Like, you can quote for me any verse right now. I'll read for you in Arabic, I'll read for you in English, and you will see right away the difference. This is why, actually, if you ask Muslims, do you agree with the Muslim translation of the Quran? They say no. Not even single Muslim he agree to tell you that he agree with this. If you ask someone like Shabir Ali, what is a translation you approve to be accurate? He will say none. Why is he saying none? So why he's holding the book in his hand? Liars. Those translations are made to deceive you. If we go on and look in the Quran, where the Quran says that he approved what is between his hands, you will not find a single translation giving. It's impossible, you know. As an example, if we go to chapter 2 verse number 41, who can help us with the translation, guys, with the posting the translation? Chapter 2 verse number 41. Can somebody post? Sorry, read with me. Okay. Confirming that which you possess already of the scriptures. Okay, what do you mean possess of the scriptures? Look at the second translation, Sahih International. And believe that I have sent down confirming that which is already with you. Chapter Shakir. And believe in what I have revealed, verifying that which is with you. Yusuf Ali. And believe in what I revealed, confirming the revelation which is with you. You know, the word there, مصدقا لما معكم, I agree about what is revealed to you. Look here, the Muslims, they have no problem to say that what is between your hands as it is. You see, that translation is accurate somehow. Why? Because the one who's saying that is Musa's. If Musa is saying that, we have no problem. If Muhammad is saying that, we have a problem. O children of Israel, believe in what I sent to you. Who is the one supposedly talking? If you think about it, it's going to be Muhammad. So if it's Muhammad saying I believe in what is between your hand, or the Jews, then we have a problem. If it is Musa's, we have no problem. If it is Jesus, we have no problem. So the Muslim, in order to play with these verses, they have to find a solution for it. The same statement appear in the Quran in different place. In chapter 2 verse number 91, it's the same story. Believe in what is between their hands. Chapter 2 verse number 97, believe in what is between his hands. But if you read the translation is different. If we go to chapter 3 verse number 33, believe what is between their hands. Chapter let us see, chapter 4 verse number 47, believe in what is between their hands. But look at the translation, you will see how huge different it is. Chapter 5 verse number 46, believe in what is between their hands. Chapter 5 verse number 48, believe in what is between their hands. But look what they translate there, confirming what came before him. You see, before it was is between their hands. They have no problem with the translation because it was not Muhammad speaking. When it has come to Muhammad, that statement, the Muslim did change the translation. It's the same statement. So how come the same statement appear all over the Quran as confirming what is between their hands? When Jesus said it, the translation is accurate. When Musa said the translation is accurate, it doesn't matter who say it. The translation is accurate only when Muhammad he say it, which is about Muhammad. The statement which مصدقا لما بين يديه, which means confirming what is between your hands, the translation change immediately. Became confirming to what revealed before to thee, but doesn't say before. Confirming the scriptures that came before it, doesn't say that. So the Muslim translation is made as a way of deception, because the Muslim right away he knew if he translate the accurate meaning of the Quran as it is, then he will have a problem. However, if you go, let me show you something in Sunnah in Quran.com. If we go to Quran.com, chapter 5, verse number 48. Let us see. Quran. I want to show you the translation of a guy, his name Dr. Ghari. Dr. Ghari. Let me try it again. This guy, sometimes he come with an accurate translation, sometimes he don't. Okay. Even this time he is a liar. Look what it says. And we have sent down to you the book with the truth, sincerely verifying whatever of the book was before it. It doesn't say it was before it. It says what is between your hands. So based on the translation we have, how we can trust, how we can make an argument. You know what I mean, NT? If you're basing the translation, base your argument in the translation, it's false. There's a huge difference between saying what is between their hands and between what it was before them. So a person who don't speak Arabic, he want to make an argument with the Muslims, he read the website, he bases his argument in a false translation, then he might end with a false argument too. Because it doesn't say what it says, or what they claim it says. You might.
Yeah, what's crazy is when you highlight the Arabic, it shows the discrepancy. It doesn't have in his hands in the English. Right there. They might as well just scrub off the English and just highlight and write down what you highlight. All right. If that's the case, is there any place online that has an accurate translation that you know of? Or they're just one of those things that just don't really exist? I don't know. You're right.
You can get maybe the book of Osama Daktok. He translated the Quran. Otherwise, there's no Islamic translation is correct. Zero. I can challenge right now any Muslim to show me any verse he chose of the Quran, and I will read with him word by word, and you will see how they lie. Not even a single verse in the Quran translated in an accurate way. In purpose. The Quran, it's called the generous Quran. Read, search for it, the generous Quran, translated by Osama Daktok. Okay, just, yeah, here we go, I type it for you. And by the way, even the Quran translation, like Osama, he got it right. The name of the Quran, the Muslim, they call it Al-Quran Al-Kareem, not the Holy Quran. You don't call it holy. Even the Muslims don't call it holy. In the translation, all of them they say holy. The Muslim they call it the generous Quran. This is true. However, I believe in more accurate is not to call it Quran, because it is not Quran, it is Mus'haf. It is not Quran. No, Mus'haf mean pages. You know, Mus'haf is a pages. Don't you hear Muslims they say this is Mus'haf wa Uthman? The Muslim they don't say it Quran, they say Mus'haf wa Uthman. What Mus'haf mean? Pages, the pages of Uthman. This has never been called Quran, and was not Quran, and it's not Quran. It is Mus'haf wa Uthman. Mus'haf. Mus'haf is like this. Mus'haf. You know, I'm trying to make it sound like Arabic. Yeah. Did you see the video I made about the Hafs? Any of you watch it? The video about Hafs? Go and watch it. And let us see who is the Muslim he dare to refute it. The Quran the Muslims they have today is reported by the recitation of Hafs, not even Uthman. But Hafs in their books is called a liar. They reject his hadith. Any hadith is mentioned by Hafs is rejected. Not only da'if, is thrown in the garbage. They accuse him to be kadhab, which means a liar, and he's a thief, and he's a fraud. So how the Muslim accept Hafs Quran, but they reject Hafs hadith? How he is a liar in the hadith, but he is honest in the Quran? You know what I mean? You see, if somebody is a liar, if somebody is a liar, he's a liar. And which one is more important for the Muslims? The Quran or the Hadith? They say the Quran. So he is rejected in less important matter and accused to be a liar, and he is accepted in more higher matter. It's like, guys, you know, if you want to join the army, they do security clearance for you. I don't know if any of you have been in the army before. So imagine, or let us say you want to join the government, an office in the government. So you are a person who will make coffee. Coffee. You want to work for the FBI, you are the janitor who make coffee, who clean the floor for them, and then your security refused. You did not pass security just to make coffee, but then they accept you to be the head of the FBI. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? How he is not allowed to take a less job because he is a liar, but he is allowed to take a higher job, a lot more higher, and he is not a liar no more. Not only is a liar, guys, go watch my video. Go to Christian Prince account in YouTube and see the video I made just last week. It's called the Hadith of Hafs. See with your own eyes how they accuse him that he's a fraud. They say that Hafs, he borrow books. He borrow books. And then he recite them claiming that those are his own. He copied them. He copied the books. Like imagine you wrote a book. Then Hafs, he borrowed from you. And then he copied it. And then he claimed that this is his book. This is what they were saying about him. And they say word by word, they say kadhab, he is a liar. So the one who reported the Quran for them today is coming from a liar. And not only this, he is a liar, and the master of Hafiz, which is Asim, he's a liar too. So a liar learned from a liar, and this is what the Muslim they have. So now we have two liars. Any Abdul? The funny in YouTube, there's a guy, his name is Isa, he's calling the Christian brainwashed. It's not them who believe in an endless penis are brainwashed. It's us. It's not them who believe that God will provide them with women you can see through their bones. It is us. Yeah. A Muslim is talking about a brainwashed. You know, Isa, do you know that in heaven Allah will block your anus before you enter heaven? Isa and you too? Allah will put something in your anus so you don't do poo-poo? Is that true? How are you, Misan? Well, answer, is it true that Allah will block your anus when you go to heaven? To be sure you will not do poo-poo inside? Bakara 2171. And the example of the disbelievers, the similar as they call himself. Yeah, this is exactly of the Muslims. The Muslim, you ask them, you believe in the Quran? You say yes. Do you know the Quran? They say, we recite the Quran by heart. Can you explain the Quran? They say no. This is a verse about you, you idiot. You recite the Quran, you carry the books on the top of you, but you do not know what the books mean. Donkeys. I can choose any verse from the Quran, or you can choose it yourself. And you will see that you Muslims are the same as donkeys, carrying books on the top of their head, but they do not know what it's mean. Actually, even the Quran speak about you. Muhammad trying to be smart. Because he cannot explain the Quran. So he said in chapter 62, verse number 5, the similarity of those who carry the Torah is the same as donkey carrying books. That is you Muslims. Your prophet himself do not know the meaning of the Quran. Your prophet himself do not know how to read the book. Who is the donkey in this case? A person who is carrying a book but he do not know how to read it. What I did gain in say 15 years? What's your business? I gain a lot of Muslims leave Islam. Is that hurting your feeling? Guys, do you see the verse? Do you see the verse? Muhammad is speaking about those who carry books and they are donkeys. But Muhammad himself do not know how to write, how to read. So who is the donkey? Anti, prove me I'm lying. Here we go. Put your hand up and let us see. A prophet talking about donkeys carrying books, but he himself cannot read it? Who was the donkey in this case? Anti, come on. Be real. Okay, prove it. Here we go. We are here. Do you want to come to the mic and prove me wrong? Hold on. According to your prophet, he spoke to a donkey and the donkey converted to Islam. And not only this, the first suicide bomber in Islam is a donkey. Is that true? Sure, take the mic, go ahead. Is it true that the first person who suicided in Islam was a donkey? And your prophet, I asked him if he liked females. Go ahead.
Are you fucking riwayah Tucker? Prove it. Where did my prophet say that? Who said that my prophet said that? Did my prophet himself say that, or somebody else say it? Some Christian or Jewish piece of shit like you say that. You know, a lot of stuff are attributed to my prophet, but it's not going to work. What is in the Quran saying that? Show me in the Quran. Don't use the Christian hadith or Jewish hadith. Those who tried to destroy Islam throughout the centuries. And you only can talk about those fake hadith that befitting in you. Can you bring me from the Quran that's saying that? Take the microphone.
Oh, so you take only from the Quran. Okay. Well, can you show me in the Quran where it says you have to pray 5 times? As long as you take the Quran only. Can you show me? Go ahead.
What is saying that do not pray 5 times in the Quran? Can you show it to me?
What? What he said, guys? What he said? The Somalian is very hard to understand him. He said, show it to him. I am the one who's asking you, where in the Quran it says that you have to pray 5 times. As long as you are a person, don't go by the hadith. The Quran says you have to pray 3 times. Chapter 11, verse number 114. Your mind. Chapter 11, verse number 114. Go ahead.
No. Listen, Quran doesn't say pray 3 times. Post it. Quran doesn't say pray 10 times, 5 times, 3 times, 4 times. Where is say do not pray 5 times? That's what I'm asking. Where is say do not pray 5 times? Can you show it to me where is say 3? Post the verse. Don't be coward to twist, to give your own meaning to the people and just say the verse this, the chapter this, verse that. Post the verse where it say 3 times. It doesn't say 3 times. You are a fucking liar. There's no word 3 times there.
Don't use a bad language, otherwise I will push the Quran inside your anus and you will never get out. Behave yourself, Somalian boy. Filthy like your mother and your father. The verse in the front of you, idiot. They are posting it. Are you blind? It says you pray 3 times a day. The mic is yours.
Well, first of all, you're an ignorant. The Quran is not in English. And you're
Guys, watch your mic. It's jumping. Northern. Anti. It's in front of you in Arabic. Read it for us. Go ahead. Read it. It's in Arabic. Go ahead.
all right. So the word Arabic for the 3 is thalatha. Where is the word thalatha in there? Word thal.
Abdul, read it. Read it. Let us see how good you are Arabic. Go ahead. It's in front of you. Read and translate. We are listening.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. You say Quran say 3. Where is the word 3? Do you know what is the word 3? Can you?
I don't know who's a donkey here. He do not need to say 3. He said, you pray the 2 end of the day and the approach of the night. The morning, the night, and before the night. 3 times. The verse in front of you, mine.
No. Wait a second. All right? You said 3. Translate the word 3 into Arabic.
Go, Somalian boy. Bring me your daddy here. I have no time for stupid talk. Give me the word 3. Can you give me the word Tawheed? Can you show me the word Tawheed in the Quran? Stupid. Don't you think people are laughing at you, auntie? You don't have a brain, Somalian boy. You speak from your nose, which is full of boogers. Show me the word 3. Show me the word 3. I do not need to show you the word 3. It says the 2 end of the day and the approach of the night. This is 3. The 2 end of the day is the sunset and the sunrise, and before the sunset. 3. Everybody can read it, and we are posting the translation of the Muslims. Who am I?
Listen, are we changing subject into the word Tawheed? Did I even say that there is a word Tawheed?
No, you are saying to me, show me where is the word 3. I do not need to show you the word 3. I said to you, the Quran says you should pray 3 times. I did not say the Quran said the word 3. I said you should pray 3 times. How it say it? In the morning, at night, and before the approach of the night. As simple as that. You're mine. Get out of here, stupid idiot. I have no time for kids. Go. Stupid donkey. Where is the word 3? Show me the word 3. I want to see the word 3. What is the word 3? This is a word 3. As you know, the stupid Muslim, he think if he lie, he say it doesn't say that. It's mean the whole world is blind too. A Muslim is stupid the same as his prophet. You remember the hadith where Muhammad, he said when a blind man came to his wife, to his house, Muhammad, he said to his wife, cover yourself, cover yourself. The wives, they said, why? He said, what do you mean why? They said, he is blind. The prophet, he said, yeah, well, he is blind, are you? Look how stupid he is. The guy is blind. So what the benefit of covering himself? Do you see how stupid he is? Because he got busted. He looks stupid. So, prophet, why you want to cover ourselves? He is blind. But he is blind. Are you? Like what? Covering themselves from who? So what if he's blind? He cannot see them. And so what if they are not blind? Who is the one? Muhammad, he should say we should cover the man. What covering their hair have to do with this? The guy still, he cannot see them. So what the point? So, this is exactly the same mentality. He is blind, and he think you are blind too. Stupid logic of the Abdul. I want to ask people in YouTube: is the new the Paltalk version we are using there in the broadcast is better than the other one? I think it's better because the text is more clear. I think you guys, you can read it better, right? All right. You see, this is a new computer I ordered because my computer, the one I used before, it kept crashing. I gave it honey. to my old computer is not working. I give it camel urine, it's not working. I give it ajwa, 7 ajwa, still not working, keep crashing. So I give up. I said, you know what, I cannot do it, you know, so I have to buy a new computer. Yeah. And you know, I'm thankful for those who are helping us with donation. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. You remember how many times I was doing video and we crash? You remember? But in the last few days, this guy, he crashed every 5 minutes. I don't know what I'm doing, and it's I can't do anything. You know, heart attack, heart attack. Anyway, I hope from now on we will not have any crash. And I hope the sound is very good from your side, guys, who they are listening on YouTube. But right now I have 2 screens in front of me, making me blind. Do we have any Abdul? Any Abdul? Half Abdul. Show me where it says 3. Show me where it says 2. See, if we pause it for him in English, or pause it for us in Arabic, if you don't speak Arabic, he will say to you, you don't know Arabic. This is what they do. You know, Misan, as long as you are posting from the chapter of the bees, An-Nahl, I want to ask you a question. Is it true that your God in that chapter says that bees, their honey come from their belly and they eat fruits? Is that true? Misan, is it true that your God claimed that the bees, they go abroad, they go outside, they eat from the fruits and they piss honey? This is their poo-poo? Don't play dead on me. You are the one who mentioned that chapter. Is that true? That according to the Quran, the honey is the poo-poo of the bees? He won't answer, guys. You see, he won't answer. Let me show you how stupid the author of the Quran, chapter 16, verse number 69. Pause it, please. Let us laugh. According to the stupid Allah, the bees, they go and eat from the fruit. Yummy. They eat from where? From the fruit. And then from their belly, sweet drink will come. That is the honey. So the stupid God of Islam teaching the Muslims that bees eat fruit, shit honey. I mean, this is super intelligence. The stupid God of Islam do not know that the honey is their food, not their shit. They are posting the verses in front of you. Don't you see it? 1669. What kind of a smart God he teaches the teaching? They eat fruit, they shit honey? Guys, does it say there, then eat of all the fruits? Does it say that? So what they do? They eat from the fruits. And then what will happen after they eat from the fruits? They shit honey. Excuse my language. super intelligent. Are you there, Misan, Mr. Honey verse? Do you want to talk about Al-Baqarah, Misan? Is it true that in the Al-Baqarah is called Al-Baqarah because Moses, he beat a man by the beef and the balls and the tail of the cow and he make him come back to life? Is that true? Cowboy? Do you really believe that if we beat a man with beef, he will come back to life? Let us go to the grave of Muhammad and beat him with beef. You notice that those guys, the Muslim, they don't answer anything I say. They don't. If you go to chapter 2, verse number 73, or you can read the few verses before, you know. Read it from verse number 71. Allah told Musa, go and bring a cow. And he told Musa to tell his followers to slaughter the cow and beat the dead guy with the meat of the cow. And then the guy, he woke up. They asked him, who is the one who killed you? He said, Obama. And he died again. I mean, this is super. This is why if you go to the FBI building, you will find in the first floor, they have a refrigerator full of beef. Full of beef. Each time somebody get killed, they take him to that room, they beat him with beef, he woke up, the FBI asked him, who is the one who killed you? He said, Christian Prince, and he died again. Any beef Muslim here? Look what is, just to show you. Let me stop him here. This guy here is just flooding the text with nothing. You know, guys, if you investigate every verse a Muslim he posts, you will see that he is an official donkey. Chapter 2, verse number 2 to 4. Should we read it? I would love to. One is a living proof of a stupid donkey. His name is Muhammad. Chapter 2 says that this book have no doubt about it. So why Muhammad he have a doubt about it? Potato Abdul, if Allah told Muhammad in the Quran, this book have no doubt about it. So how Muhammad himself he have a doubt about it? And he asked him to go and ask the Christians. فإن كنت في شك مما أنزلنا إليك فاسأل الذين يقرؤون الكتاب, chapter 10 verse number 94. How chapter 2 verse number 4 verse number 2 says that this is a book have no doubt about it, and Muhammad don't believe in it and he have a doubt about it? Lisan, you are a donkey like your prophet. You want to post more? Do you notice that each time you post something I get you busted? You keep moving like a monkey from a place to a place. Now I challenge you to answer. How the chapter 2 says that this is a book, there is no doubt about it, and Muhammad he have a doubt about it? Muhammad himself, not the pagans. Tell me. Post something, post. The Prophet himself do not believe in the Quran, but the Quran says this is a book have no doubt. Who is the donkey here? Who is the stupid who made this book? And how in the world the prophet of God he is not sure he is a prophet? You people of the book are lost souls Cursing God. We are not cursing God. God him cursing himself. Your God, look at himself. Your God himself, he cursed himself by saying stupid things. Now we want an answer, my son. Why you're a prophet, you have a doubt about the Quran. You are the one who mentioned to us in chapter 2, verse number 2. This is a book, have no doubt about it. So why you prophet, you don't believe it? Yeah, just sit down, puppy. Puppy like your prophet. Do we have any Abdul, brave Abdul, welcome to the mic. And by the way, the Muslims in YouTube, they are insulting the Arab. They forgot that their prophet is an Arab. The Arab are stupid. Okay, I agree. No problem. And the proof that the Arab is stupid is your prophet. The man who say, if you have orgasm first as a man, the baby will be a boy, he must be stupid. I agree. I have no problem with that. A prophet who kisses a black stone, he must be stupid. I agree. And the black stone in the shape of a vagina. A prophet who says to you, go and clean your ass with 3 rocks, he must be crazy. What if your ass is not clean with 3 rocks? What if you need to use 4? 5, I mean rocks, they are for free, man. Do we have any Abdul? And look, this guy on YouTube, he says, Ahmad mean Muhammad. Look how stupid. Look how smart. Ahmad mean Muhammad, guys. Ahmad mean Muhammad. If Ahmad mean Muhammad, so why you call him 2 names? And what Muhammad mean? The praised one. You Muslims are kuffar. The praised one must be God. No man should be praised one. Look, guys, what Muhammad mean? The praised one. One. Who is going to be praised? One. Who is that? Muhammad. Do you see the proof that Muhammad is a guy making the Muslim worship him? He changed his name from Qatham to Muhammad. And what Muhammad mean? The praised one. So we don't praise Allah. If we praise Allah and praise Muhammad, then the name is wrong. Praise 2. There's a series, it's called what? I don't watch too much. The Miraculous 7 to 2, 3, like those guys who fly the green, the guy is a green and the other guy look like a rock. What they call them? You know what I'm talking about? It's a fiction. Fantastic Four. Here we go. We have the fantastic. So you should say the praise 2. When you say the praised one, it means there's only one. Guys, do you understand what I'm saying? If Muhammad saying that he is the praised one, his name is the praised one, it means he is the only God. For there is no one should be praised but God. Nobody should praise a man. Nobody should praise anyone. You praise God only. You say praise God. Muhammad himself, his name is the praised one. He claimed to be God. And actually, this is the truth about Islam. Islam, the version we have today of Islam is not the true version of it. I believe strongly in that. Anyone heard of a prophet, false prophet, his name, Prophet Mani? Anyone heard of that name? Prophet Mani? Mani. Everything you hear about Muhammad is exactly about Mani. Mani, he went to the 7th heaven, the same trip, the journey, the night of power, Jibreel, all those stories. Mani, not Nani. And by the way, for those who do not know, Mani in a certain time was very powerful cult, spread all over. And the reason they disappear, Islam hijacked Mani. No, Mani is not Muhammad the twin. Mani is long before Muhammad, but Muhammad obviously he is copying him. He copied his ideas. No? The hadith about the suicide bomber, go and watch my video about Ya'fur. Go to Christian Prince channel, look for the video of about Ya'fur, and you will find the video. You'll find the reference. I have a cartoon about it. How the donkey committed suicide, and you know. And by the way, if you like to send donation to this donkey, the one who commits suicide, please feel free. He have a page for donation. Because the guy who committed suicide for the sake of the Prophet, and we need to buy him some roses and flowers and some grass. He's dead, but he's, you know, remember, he's a believer, he's alive. Have you ever heard of a prophet donkey commit suicide? That is something. And the prophet asked his donkey, do you like females? Oh, for how many hours we are in YouTube already? I'm afraid that soon YouTube season will be over. Right? Oh, okay, still we have time, maybe. Do we have any Muslim? We don't. How are you, my friend, in New Testament? Good to see you. We go back to the story of coal. Who is in the fire? Who is in the fire? Who is in the fire and who is around the fire? Only Allah knows. I will give you another one, coal. But this one is more complicated. In the Quran, Muhammad, he claimed that he saw someone, but that someone is very confusing for Muslims. The same as the story of the fire. Chapter 53, verse number 8. 8, 9, 10, 11. If you ask the Muslims, who is the one who came down? They are unbelievably confused. Some they say to you, this is Jibreel. Some they say Allah. Now, I say this must be Allah. Why? Because in verse number 10, verse number 9 it says, verse number 8 it says, that he came down, fatadalla. Tadalla is like somebody climbing but the opposite direction, down. It's like Allah is like a monkey, which is very funny. It's not like he came down really, because already it says he came down, or you know, he get closer, and tadalla, which means like he is yeah, it's like you are going down in like a tree, you know. It's not like somebody flying, no. And then it says in verse number 9, and then he became close, almost like a bow or two. This is how close to who? To Muhammad. And then in verse number 10 it says, and he inspired his slave. فَأَوْحَى إِلَىٰ عَبْدِهِ مَا أَوْحَى. In the Muslim translation it says, and then he inspired his servant. It doesn't say servant, it says slave. So if this is Jibreel, how Jibreel is how Muhammad is a slave of Jibreel? You know what I mean? Who is the one the slave of who? This person, he came down and became so close to Muhammad, and then he revealed to his slave. Who is the slave and who is the one, who is the master? Jibreel? No, no, no. The slave here is Muhammad. The slave here is Muhammad. The Muslims are confused. Who is the one who come down? Is that Allah or this is Jibreel? The one who say that this is Jibreel, he cannot back it up. Why? Because verse number 10 say clearly, so he inspired his slave. And Muhammad is not the slave of Jibreel, unless Jibreel is the God. Adam Salah? No, I do not know who's Adam Salah. But you know, it can be Jibreel if he is God, because you see that Muhammad, he was copying from the Sabians. The Sabian, they believe in creators. This is why Allah, he say he is the best of the creators. This is why he says that those are the enemies of Jibreel. Why the enemy of Jibreel? Who is Jibreel? In chapter 2, verse number 97. The enemies of Jibreel. Who is Jibreel? Why Jibreel have enemies? I mean, Jibreel is just an angel. Why the verse saying the one who is an enemy to Jibreel? Yeah, in the beginning, Muhammad was trying to be hypocrite. So he said the Christian, the Jews, the Slavian. In verse number 298, it says, and those who they are the enemy to Allah and his angels and his prophet. And then he says Jibreel and Mikael. Doesn't make sense. You just said Allah and the angels. So who is Jibreel and Mikael? And Abdul. So you see, like you can come with an endless collection of questions. Muslims have no answer. Where the name Israel is coming from, they have no answer. Who is Jacob and who is Israel? Who is Saleh? Who is Idris? Who is? I don't know. I'm asking God. Who is Saleh? I saw a video of someone, he is a Muslim convert, an African American. His name is I don't know, Green, something like this. He was saying the Bible revealed, reported by John. John who? Mark who? Luke who? Like, what the heck? Your Quran full of names, nobody knows who are they. We know those names you're talking about. Who is Isaiah? Oh, sorry guys, I did not sleep very well. I have a problem with sleeping lately. I will try to get some kind of urine. MashaAllah. Eat honey? Yeah, that's what is missing, especially if you have diabetes. Eat honey, you will be happy. I mean, who need more than honey? Right? Honey is the best, and forget about the rest. Yeah, sure. The Quran mentioned Isaac, you know. You know, the Quran have names. Sometimes they are equal names. Sometimes they are unknown. Sometimes the Muslims, they are confused about them, so they try to assemble them. So sometimes they say, okay, this is Isaac, the son of Abraham. He is Ishaq in Arabic. He is etc. And this is Ishmael, and this is etc. So they have certain names. They are very close to the names we have, but sometimes those names they match, sometimes they don't. As an example, Isa. Who is Isa? We don't know. Right? Well, I'm going to sleep talking to you. That reminded me when I was a kid. You know, we are not allowed to stay watching TV for late. So we have a lady. She come to visit us at home, and if she is there, my mom, she is shy to say to her, "You should go home to sleep." So she sleep in the chair. The lady, she sleep in the chair, and we sit watching TV. And when the TV is closed, we wake them up both. You know, very strict parents. You sleep in certain time. Man. By the way, do you know that Allah, He hates those who do yawning? Anyone have the hadith? Allah dislike those who do yawning and like those who do sneezing. Yeah, go right now to sunnah.com and type the word yawning. Go to its saying. Allah dislike those who do yawning and He like those who do sneezing. Once I opened a chat room in the Islamic section. It's called "Let us sneeze for the sake of Allah." And then the Muslim, they went to Paltalk and they get upset. I don't know why. I mean, come on, I'm just trying to make Allah happy. You know, if Allah get happy because people, they are sneezing, I mean, shouldn't we sneeze, all of us? That's true. And now I'm yawning, but I can, trust me, I'm not trying to insult Allah, but what I can do, I'm so sleepy, you know. But Allah get upset. Now, anyone knows why Allah, He hate those who do yawning? Because when you do yawn, shaitan, he piss in your mouth. So you as a Muslim, if you allow shaitan to piss in your mouth, and by the way, this is proven by science, you can buy a slow camera, put it next to your mouth. Okay? Let's do it in scientific way. And yawn, you know, and then you will see right away, shaitan, he will piss in your mouth. You know? Proven by science. I can show the reference. Let me see, hold on, let me get you the reference for this one. This is why the Muslim, you see, the Muslim, they have some habits, and supposedly those habits are good. You know, like if you yawn, you should put your hand in the front of your mouth. But if you think about it, you might think this is because this is like a hygiene. No, because they believe shaitan, if you open your mouth and you are yawning, shaitan will piss in your mouth. And shaitan will go inside you too, not only he will piss there. Let's see. The second you open your mouth, shaitan will jump inside you and will piss inside you and he will play inside you. Let us see. Oh, I cannot find the hadith in English. I find it in Arabic. Let us see, different place. It's hard to find those hadith which is showing how much, you know, Islam is stupid. Actually, there's a video about it, but I think this is a video on YouTube. This sheikh is explaining how shaitan he pisses in your mouth when you do yawning. I don't know if you can find the video in English. Search in YouTube, shaitan pee in the mouth. Maybe you can find it. And this is a very supposedly this is a guy, he have a PhD in Islam, and he's explaining how shaitan he pisses in your mouth. Muslims, be honest. Have you ever did yawn and you felt there's water or piss coming in your mouth? No problem. I want to embrace Islam, but first I have to embrace Aisha, the same as the Prophet used to do when she was having her period. Is that true that the Prophet, he used to embrace Aisha when she had her period and he have sex with her? Mr. Islam? Is that true? What do you say? Don't worry about the hellfire. The Quran promised the Christians and the Jews to go to heaven. You know? By the way, Mr. Islam, as long as you are talking about the fire, is that true that Allah will put his foot in the fire? Is that true? Allah will put his foot in the fire? Hello? And the fire will say qat qat? Qat qat? That's amazing. Okay. This is Sahih Bukhari and this is the hadith. Fake? The hadith in front of you. This is Sahih al-Bukhari. Your God Allah have a foot. Now I know where the game football is coming from. Do your God Allah have a foot only, or he have like something attached to it? What is attached to the foot of Allah? Huh? What is attached to the foot of Allah? Do you think Allah is a flying foot? Or he have a leg? And you see, Islam truth, you are stupid. You don't answer, and I'm not going to talk to you. There we go. You don't want to answer me? Shut up. Guys, this is the hadith in front of me. Do we have the right to ask those questions? As long as Allah he have a foot, this foot is attached to what? I want to know. And Allah have a foot to do what with it? Allah he walk or he will fly? Allah have foot but doesn't have wings? His foot attached to what? To his leg, to his ass, to his breast, to his chest. I can show you all the hadith you want. Allah have two hands in the right side. Allah have a foot. Allah have a shin. Allah have eyes. Allah have mouth. Allah have ears. But all of them, as long as the Muslim they say Allah never mentioned that he have shoulders. So let us imagine this. Allah he have a foot and shin, and then the face was in the top of the shin, and the two hands in the right side of Allah the leg. That is Allah, the most funny God ever. Okay, Islam, take the mic. I'm glad you put your hand up. Go ahead.
Anyway, embrace Islam, man. This is how you treat your guests in the room. You dumb. You don't like it. I said embrace Islam. The chicken, man. Chicken prince. Come on. Islam, your chance. Month of Ramadan. How far is burning, man? How far is burning? For those people who...
Guys, did he say chicken? Did he mention the word chicken? What if I show you a hadith that your God Allah will sit in the top of a rooster? Your God is a chicken God. You see, in America we have cowboy. In Islam we have God chicken. God sit in the top of a rooster? You're mine. Is that true?
Be a man, man. Don't be a chicken playing with dumpling, man. Come on. Because you got admin hat there. Don't be a chicken, mate. Discuss like a man. Come on. There's a chance for you to embrace Islam. Come on. You have nothing.
I'm trying to have a conversation with you. We cannot talk at the same time. You are the one who mentioned chicken. I don't know why you want to talk about it. Is it true that your prophet said that Allah sit in the top of a chicken? And this chicken is a rooster, and Allah even speak to the rooster, and the rooster speak to Allah? Yes or no? You might.
Come on. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come on. The person.
You know what? You are smarter than your prophet. You know how to count to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Your prophet do not. How come? Let me ask you, Islam truth. According to the Quran, Allah said that Allah created the earth and the heaven in 6 days. Is that correct, guys? 6 days. All right. Look, the stupid Muhammad, what he said. Because Muhammad, he do not know how to count. He's not like you. You are smart. He is not. Muhammad, he said, Allah, he created the earth, the sand, in Saturday. Let me pause the hadith. And this is Sahih hadith. Read with me. I'm sure a lot of people will embrace Islam, big deal, after they read this one. Here we go. Eddie, he posted. So thank you, Eddie. Guys, count with me how many days the total of the creation. Allah started creating in Saturday, and he finished in which day? Which day he finished? Friday. What is the total? No, not 6 days. 7 days. 7 days. But the stupid Muhammad in chapter 7, verse number 54, and many other verses, he said Allah created the earth and the heaven in 6 days. Chapter 10, verse number 3. Chapter 11, verse number 7. Chapter 25, verse 29. Chapter 32, verse number 4. I mean, come on. So, do you want to embrace Islam? Who is stupid here? Muhammad is fabricating a story, you know, he started counting. Those are 7 days. And not even a stupid Abdul. One stupid Abdul, he even find out. You know, I remember when I was, you know, I was in school, I read this hadith first time. And then I said to the teacher, I said, but those are 7 days. He said, no, there are 6. I said, no, sir, there are 7. He said, there are 6. I start counting with my fingers, you know. Saturday, Sunday. The teacher is saying 6, that's it, you know. So I start counting again, like, come on. For Saturday, Sunday, Monday, there are 7. So, sir, 7. No, there are 6. So, sir, let's count them. He said, there are 6. Okay? What the heck? There are 7. And he keeps saying there are 6. He didn't want to say that his prophet is a stupid. Yeah, the Quran is a contradiction, my friend. Who says 7? Muhammad, he said 7. This is the hadith in front of your eyes. You're mine, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't have the chance to hear the first part of your discussion. I'm just asking for clarification. Universe is created in 6 days, and there are some hadiths, Muhammad's sayings, which say that it's 7 days, right? That's the issue. But you are not saying that there is a contradiction in the Quran, both 6 and 7, right? So I'm just asking to understand. I'm sorry to take your time, but that was my question.
Oh, all right. No problem, my friend. Well, the Quran is full of contradiction, not only about 6 and 7. You know, one verse Allah he says he created the stars first. Another verse says Allah he created the stars before the substance of the earth. Another verse he says the opposite. There's tons of contradiction in the Quran. The whole Quran is a list of contradictions. No, about 6 days. The Quran is consistent about 6 days. But Muhammad, remember, Muhammad, he is the one who delivered the Quran to you, right? Muhammad is the one who delivered the Quran to you, and the Quran itself is a hadith too. I believe that the Muslims, they were more careful with the Quran, and maybe they filter the Quran more than the hadith, because it's a lot easier to filter the Quran. If something there is a contradiction, maybe they try to take it off. But however, the Quran still is full of contradictions. Your mind.
Christian Prince, a short question to you. Do you know that there are some Muslims who reject the Hadith and they just go with the Quran, like the Protestant, Christians? They just go with the, scripture, and they reject the Hadith because they are not reliable, really. Do you think there's still something wrong with that? So you mentioned, for example, there are some inconsistencies or contradictions in the Quran, right? Do you think there are some contradictions in or don't you think that there are some contradictions in Bible, for example, especially with the Old Testament and the New Testament? No, there are no contradictions in the Bible. Okay, none, really? Okay. May I ask you a question? Anyway, maybe you don't want to talk about it, but my question is, so I am an ex-Muslim, by the way, and I'm an agnostic now, and I'm looking at different religions, and as far as I can see, the evidence for the truth of Bible, people say these things about Bible. There are similar evidence that people propose for the truth of Quran. So I cannot really see the reason why you would believe Bible if you don't believe in Quran, because they are very, very similar. Bible and Quran are very similar, actually. They are not. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. And if you don't think that this is worth answering, my question is worth answering, then don't. But I'm asking, really, my question is my personal question. And if you really you don't want to answer, don't. But my personal question is, what is so different in Bible that is, in what way Bible is so different from Quran? That's my question that I'm asking to myself.
All right, well, I will let Eli answer you, and then I will take the mic. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, just in a quick nutshell, the difference between the Bible and the Quran. Jesus died for our sins. He made the ultimate sacrifice, whereas Muhammad killed everybody he could find. And Jesus commanded us to love everyone, whereas Muhammad said to hate the Christians and the Jews, specifically, any non-Muslims. There are major differences. I posted a link in here. I'm going to post it one more time. I want you to take a look at this link, and I want you to look at how many problems the Quran really has. Mic free.
CP, are you giving me the mic or you just hesitated? Okay. Well, with this cut sounds is however the right way to say that. There are a couple of differences with the Quran if you're looking at it from a non-religious perspective. The first thing would be that the Quran is allegedly the revelation of one person, all one person. Now, people would dispute that, whether this verse was added or that verse was added or whether it was edited or not. Well, we know that it was edited at some point, but that is one of the claims. It's all one person, and what you have in it, that what it claims to be is the revelation of God, the exact words spoken by God to one person. Okay, and it has no other witnesses. Okay, with the Bible, you have really, well, there are lots of different types of books in the Bible. So first thing would be is to point out that it's a collection of books. Yeah, I'll get to that. It's a collection of books. Some of them are historical. Some of them are prophetic. They're actually a poetry book or two in the Bible. And then some of them are pastoral epistles, which is, yeah, they're actually pastoral epistles, which is sort of guidance, taking the teachings and gospel of Jesus Christ into account. Also, what you have with the Bible is it's public. It's a public document. You have a lot of different people writing what they saw, writing what they have, and it's been slowly balanced over time. Some I guess the time from Genesis to Revelation, what would it be, 1,500, 2,000 years, something like that? Yeah, it's coherent over a very long time. Okay, so that you have that's a major difference in that the witnesses of the one author are cross-referenced and checked off and balanced with the witness of another author. That's the difference that you have now, and that's looking at just the books themselves. Also, with the Bible, you have a much stronger manuscript tradition, meaning records of what's written and when it was written and things like that. The Quran sort of springs, just springs forth out of tradition a couple hundred years after it was allegedly revealed, and they don't have really any documentation that goes closer than that. So that's just looking at the documents itself. Now, also it needs to be pointed out that the claim of what the Bible makes is different. As I said earlier, the Quran claims to be the speech of God. God is talking directly. He is the author, God himself, and Muhammad is just relaying the message. Now, granted, you have to trust Muhammad, and all the people in between Muhammad and the actual written Quran that we have, because there's a controlled chain of transmission there. But the Bible claims to be the work of men, inspired by God. It's different. So you have men inspired by God, but still writing from their own point of view. Whereas with the Quran, you have God speaking from God's point of view. And that becomes very important when you look at the text and you scrutinize it, because the Quran, if it is what it claims to be, should not have any errors. Should have no errors of any kind, because it's spoken by God. So the actual detail of what it claims to tell you should be perfect. The number words should be perfect. Like where it says I or we, whether it's first person, second person, third person, all this should be perfect. Everything in it should be perfect. And it should mean exactly what it says with perfect clarity, because it is God speaking, if it is what it claims to be. Whereas with the Bible, you have men speaking from their point of view, inspired words. Actually, to be honest, it's a lower standard. And I'm actually a Christian speaking, but it just claims what it claims to be. It just claims a lower standard, you know. And that's just the difference in the books themselves, not getting into any of the theology behind what it says, the messages that it teaches. Naturally, like as I said earlier, already I'm a Christian, so I can tell you that the message that the Bible communicates is more coherent, and it has the bugs worked out of it, so to speak. You know, you will find the contradictions that you find in the Quran, you won't find those in the Bible. And when people try to come up with them, you can tell that they really searched and tried to and tried to find something. And they're easily shot down, you know, if you give it a little bit. Yeah, that's right, coherent. If you give it a little bit of research to try to find the answer. Hope that helps. Your mic.
Yes, I totally agree that Quran says it is from Allah. Literally, every word is Allah's word. Allah is talking in the Quran. Gabriel brings the message to Muhammad, and Muhammad just what Allah says, God says. So yes, so that's the claim. And really, it is a really, really ambitious. No proof? Yes, I agree. There is no proof. There is no proof that that is the case. Actually, Quran is from Allah. Proof that Bible is from God. You know. But my question is this, and I'm really asking this to understand. Are you saying that there are some mistakes, some errors in the Bible, and that is acceptable because Bible does not claim to be the literal word of God? Because it is no, there are no mistakes. So what's the difference then? There are no errors. So do you really believe that Noah had that big boat with two animals from every species in the boat? Do you really believe that there is a boat and there are samples of each species, millions of species in the world, in one boat? Do you really believe that? Literally? That's impossible, by the way. Anyway, so mic is free.
Interesting. Interesting. Hello, you guys hear me? Hello? Okay, interesting. There's a lot of proof. I'm not going to go into all the proof, but you can look into this. You can Google search Noah's Ark and how the animals could have easily gotten on there. Don't forget there are many water animals that don't need land, birds and stuff. Okay, there's all kinds of stuff involved with this. However, another thing you have to keep in mind when we're talking about the Bible is many people also conflict these stories in the Bible with actual practice. You know, you'll get people to claim that, oh yeah, the Bible claims that it's okay to have sex with your daughters, which is completely false. They take this, for example, they take the story of Lot, and they think that Lot, had sex with his daughters. That was just the way he was, and that's it. Because they have to bring this theology back to their thing. But what it is the Bible also is a bunch of stories. And these stories are to learn from. We learn from the stories. We learn from the mistakes of men. You know, for example, David's mistakes. A man after God's own heart committed murder, adultery. Okay, these are things that we learn from. And we learn from David about his humility, going and saying that, oh my gosh, Lord, I've sinned, you know. These are things that we learn from. These are not practices of doctrine, okay? Which many people try to say, oh, the Bible does this and that and all the violence. But this is the stuff of men. This is not what God commands. You know what I'm saying? Where in the Quran, it's all commands. It's not really, basically all those stories have some sort of command in them, mostly. You know what I'm saying? You gotta make sure you don't confuse the people that like to corrupt the Bible with this. Oh, the Bible, you know, like I said, the Bible says all kinds of stuff that are actions of men that aren't supported by God. That's something to keep in mind too. Don't let that get by you. Just thought I'd add that. Mike's up.
Yeah, cut if you're still here. A couple things. I guess I should point out the most important first. This is the true danger of heresies, Christian and near Christian heresies like Islam, things like that, in that they put up a lot of straw men and they introduce a lot of concepts, religious concepts incorrectly, and they bury you in them in such that, you know, a lot of times they make it so that a person has to be a skeptic to get out of it. And so they're truly distrustful of things once they come out of it. Like what I mean is when I said that it's men writing inspired, as opposed to the Quran, which is the speech directly of God. I mean point of view differences. You know, you take for instance Jesus, for instance. Jews think that the coming of the Messiah means that basically the military Messiah, he's going to come and he's going to take over the world and they're going to rule as in govern. When the actual coming of the Messiah was something much more important. Much more important. He's to deliver salvation to everybody, which is higher and better, but you have point of view differences, that type of thing. That's what I mean. The same message can, your interpretation of it can change a good deal depending on your point of view. That's what I was pointing at. You mentioned Noah's Ark and things like that. That's kind of an example. Well, yeah, it's probably because I am. That's an example of what I mean when people are looking for something to, you know, that type of story that far away. Say, well, it's impossible. Well, no, not really. Not really. But that far away, it's also really not provable. How to prove it either way? You know, we find evidence, we've seen evidence that looks like there was something like a flood, but how could you know that? How could you know that? Now, what we can know, which is actually more important, and I do this all the time, we do know that the resurrection happened. The crucifixion and the resurrection happened. When you examine about every scientific historical method that they use to determine anything else that we know from history. We know that. That's a higher and better claim. It's a more important claim. You know, but the same people, no, yes we do. Yes we do, because we know that it happened. We know that Jesus was crucified. We know that from Christian records and Jewish records and other records. We know that he was crucified. Yes, we know that. Yes, and we know that he was resurrected. We know that from our witness testimony. We have testimony of people who know him. We have testimony of people who knew his family members. Yeah, yes, testimony. John knew him. James was his brother. Paul knew his family. We know these things. Yes, we know that. Peter knew him. knew him. Yeah, Josephus was a Jew, but they knew it. They spoke of it. Not to mention, you have other historians speaking about tangent events. You know, people trying to explain a 3-hour eclipse. You know, what was it? How did it happen? We know that. You know, see, with the Bible, what you have is a public document. You see, let's assume that, like I say, you're a agnostic right now, so you don't believe in anything. Okay, so let's just not consider divine inspiration. Okay, I mean you can and you should, but let's not consider that for the point. The Bible still has historical value. The Bible still puts events in their proper place and time. We know that. Okay, and when you consider though, well, that's because they changed standards. Because the Bible still puts events in their proper place and time. Okay. If you know that the Bible puts events in their proper place in their proper time, then you look at the events contained therein. Okay. Well, what they point to is a person who appeared, claimed to be God, demonstrated power over life and death, predicted his death, and was killed by professional executioners, and then came back to life. And all that was public. And what you have in the Bible is the witness of many different people, all telling you the same story from their own point of view. That's what you have. You have a story from Mark, you have a story from John, you have a story from Luke, a story from Matthew, you have Acts of the Apostles, you have Paul, Peter, Jude, James, and I'm missing somebody else. You have lots of different testimonies from the same people. No, you don't. No, you don't, cuz. You have the Quran, the oldest manuscript is 200 years after the fact, and then you have hadith that were collected 200, what Bukhari was 250 years after Muhammad, something like that. Plus, it's all one person. You see, what Jesus was, and I apologize for being long-winded, but what you have with Jesus, he had a public ministry. We know that from public records. We have a public execution that was carried out by professional executioners. That is important. We have a public tomb that was filled in a public tomb that was later empty. And then we have multiple witnesses. Some, you got the disciples, you got Paul, you got 500. So we got at least about 550 witnesses. And then we have the written testimony of people who saw him, disciples, a couple family members, people who did not know him were disinterested. And then we have these people who were killed because of it, because it was illegal to claim these things. Yet they claimed them anyway. Not to mention that the Bible records that before Jesus' execution, the disciples were afraid. They all fled to save their lives. And then after his resurrection, they were suddenly carved, made of stone, speaking truth to power, not afraid of anything. So that's the record you have, and it's public. I said all of that to contrast it with the Quran in the sense that it's public. It's multiple witnesses coming from multiple directions, telling you the same thing. You see, if you're agnostic as you claim to be, meaning that you're not going to look at a book and say, oh, in this verse it said a duck, in that verse it said the duck. That's different. See, that's a contradiction. See, you're not trying to look at it like that. If you're not trying to look at it like that, you have to realize you got 4 people. You got 4 gospels all telling you the same story from a different point of view. Everybody telling you what they saw. And then you say, well, if this really did happen, what would it be like? What would it look like if I had somebody to die, claim to be God, die, and then come back? What would it look like? Think about it. If you saw a guy do that, well, wouldn't everybody just stop when they saw him? I mean, wouldn't everybody be talking about it? Would some people be convinced that he's God? I mean, people still worship Muhammad now. He didn't have a single miracle. This guy had a bunch of miracles. People saw him die, and people saw him alive. 5 or 6 days later. What gives? People would do that. People that knew him, they once would have been afraid. After that, they wouldn't have been afraid of death anymore. It's everything that you have, it happened, and all of the ripples that something like that would have caused, we see them in history. And people who don't want to do that, they shift their standard because of what it is. And understandably, because to understand that is to be Christian. I'm sorry, I ran long-winded about it, but it was a loaded question. I apologize. But to quote Zach and I, hope it answers the question.
Okay, there's one point that I'd like to make about Noah's Ark. Yeah, we understand there are a lot of species on the face of the planet, but did you know that 75% of them live in the ocean? So that only leaves 25% of them that they had to put on the Ark. And when you look at the dimensions of the Ark, they have built a replica of the Ark here in the United States in the state of Kentucky. So you can actually go and see this now. And all he needed was, and it wasn't just 2 of every kind. It was 7 of some, 5 of some, and then 2 of others. But when you get the young in there and not the fully grown ones in there, and when you look at the size of all the species that you're wanting to talk about, everybody wants to say, okay, well, it had this many species in it, but they're not looking at the size of the species. We're talking spiders, gnats, flies, the insect world had a lot. Whereas the larger species did not have that many. And what they found was everything was able to fit on this Ark pretty easily with room to spare. And the work that they have done to actually find the Ark has led them to a lot of different places, and they've even found the stones that used to hold the Ark from rolling over. There were stones on ropes that hung way down into the water that kept the Ark from rolling over when the waves got really big. They found those stones. There's an incredible amount of that online that you can find. And the textual integrity of the Bible, I posted it right in here. You can go check all that stuff. I mean, don't take my word for it. Do your research. Go look. Mike Free.
Okay, so thank you. But first, about being an agnostic, because there were some questions about agnosticism. There are different kinds of agnosticism. I'm an agnostic atheist. So some agnostics says just, I don't know. Just saying I don't know whether there's a God or not is being an agnostic. And a weak atheist, yes, or negative atheist. Anyway, or some people are theoretical agnostics and they say we cannot know. Not just we don't know, but we cannot know. So I don't say that we cannot know whether there is a God or not. I'm just saying that I don't know, so there are some arguments for the existence of God, fine-tuning and, cosmological, whatever. There are some arguments, and there are some arguments for the, non-existence of God, like the problem of evil. I'm saying I don't know. I don't know if there is a God or not. What I want to say is, and I will give the mic, but what I want to say, are you one of the, I don't know. Yeah, of course, I don't know. I don't know if there's a God or not. Yes. And I don't know if there is a God or not. Plus, I don't know, given that there is a God, is that, I don't know whether that God is Allah or Jesus or Brahma or Vishnu or whatever. Right? I don't know. Anyway, from a person who looks at these things from outside, all the things you say about Bible and Christianity, Muslims say very, very similar things about Quran and Islam. They have their own miracles. They have their own evidence, so-called evidence. I am making, air quotes right now, from Quran. They have their mathematical proofs, for example, from Quran, like the number of
hold on, please. Listen, if the Muslims, they have a proof, those can be proved if they are, but they don't. Like what mathematics proof? You can go and buy my books and you can read them. All those miracles the Muslims, they scream, it's nothing but a scam. The Muslims, they love to lie, and none of their claims is true. Hold on, I'm just stopping you because I want to make a comment. You see, I let you speak, all of you, one after one, and I'm just listening. Can't you have a patient? When you say the Muslims have a proof, it means you are convinced that they do. Are you? Costa, are you convinced that the Muslims have a proof? So why you are mentioning those proofs if they are not proofs? You said the Muslims, they have miracles. Do they? They don't. Even the Quran confirmed that Muhammad, Allah, he never sent a miracle to Muhammad. Anyway, we don't want to waste our time. You don't want to believe, it's up to you. However, Bible is not a book telling you details about how things happen exactly. Just to make it simple for you. When God, he says, let be light, and it was. When he said that, what is the story saying that God created the whole world in 6 days? Do you think if God, he wanted to describe for us everything he did, he need millions of books? Do you think really it was that simple? That's it, like it was 6 days and etc. So the Bible is not really presenting for us details of the creation as much it is the source of the creation. Who is the one who made everything in a simple way? Remember, the Bible speaks to all generation, all kinds of people who they are living thousands of years ago, and people who they are living today. So the Bible did not go in details about anything. Like when we say that Jesus, he made the blind see. For someone to make a blind see, he have to study books, he have to make books, he have to be, how you can do that? When that's when he created eyes for him. It's a new creation. The guy is born as a blind. So the Bible does not really give details, and it's not meant to. For the details will be more than what God want to say to us. The intention of the book is to teach you how you can be a follower of the true God, and how you can be a person who deserves to be with God. Otherwise, the rest is nothing really but let us say, a frame of information just to tell you about God, what he did. Who cares? He can leave. I'm not going to waste my time about, he's just repeating himself. You see, the problem is some people, they think that the Bible is giving us details. The Bible does not. When we say God, he created the whole world in 6 days, in the Old Testament, it says that a day for God is equal to 1,000 of our time. But it was not really metaphorical. It's just to tell you that God is out of our time. What is day for us, what is day for God, is like 1,000 years for us, but doesn't mean it's really 1,000 years. And actually, I believe that there's no time for God. You know, God is eternal, so there's no time. And even science prove if you change location, even a human being, if you take him to a different galaxy, he might live a lot longer, or maybe a lot shorter. You know what I mean? So changing your location can change your age. Time is relative, correct. Now, the Bible is making it clear that time to God is mean nothing. So when God, he says 6 days, is that really 6 days? It's a simple story about the creation of God to tell us that I am the one who created everything for you. I am the one who presented everything for you. But it's not really about giving details step by step. Otherwise, the Bible will not be a few hundred pages. It's going to be a few million pages. Or a few million books, actually. To describe how mosquito is made, you need a lot of books just for a mosquito. So imagine if God were to write for us everything he created, how he made it. Same time, as long as the atheists, they don't believe in God unless they can see God. Well, how do they believe in science when they don't see science? Like as an example, they say the Big Bang. Nobody witnessed it, nobody was there, and there's no proof of it. It's a theory. So how come you believe in something you never saw, you never witnessed, and you cannot prove? And you are asking the Christian for the same thing. Katizo, you go, you come back, you change your name. I don't care. You know, you wanna just to say stupid things, it's up to you. Fiction is a fiction, and science is a fiction too. All the science you see today, it was a fiction one day. Guys, anyone watch the old movies about the war space? About going to the moon, etc. But this is before they go to the moon. Is that correct? Long before they go to the moon, it was a fiction. Fiction is science. Actually, one of the sources of science is fictions. You imagine something and you try to work to make it happen. It's a fiction. And by time, the fiction either is going to be real or is going to stay fiction. And if you believe in fiction, the fiction will become real anyway. Like, you know, when an atheist, he believes in the Big Bang. But it's a fiction. Never witnessed, never saw, no proof of it. It's a fiction, but he believes in it, and he teaches it in schools. And he tried to enforce his ideas on us. Very simple question for the atheist. There's nobody can answer. They say that the original of life was was one cell, something like this. An accident happened, and that cell start developing itself. That's wonderful. How the cell was able to come to an idea that I can make a male and female? How the cell was able to develop a heart and a kidney and this complicated system and nerves and the eye and how the eye works. The cell should draw a map for an eye and took her millions of years to make it happen. It's a stupid. The cell decide to draw a vagina and the penis and decide how the vagina look like and how the penis look like. Do you know those two parts, how many things come as a part of their functioning? It's amazing how the cell can do that. Can you know, a human being now, he have his whole brain, whole computers, whole laboratory, and they cannot make a penis. Go make one. If the stupid cell took it 1 billion years to make a penis, why you cannot make it today with all the science you have? Make an eye. I want to see the science make an eye. Science is nothing but a fiction, and mixed with some facts. Not all of them they are facts. If you go to a doctor and you are sick, the doctor will give you a prescription saying this medicine might cause bleeding, heart attack, nerve problem, getting dizzy, blah 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 blah. Like, hold on, this is science. The science to help me in one thing will create 1 million problem. There's no science. Honest to God, guys, if I play for you the videos of those commercials, I'm sure you heard them. They're scary. The guy have a problem in his back, and then you give him medicine, and this medicine might kill him, might cause brain damage, might cause brain bleeding, might cause nose whatever, might cause allergy, might cause. So where is the science? Why the science cannot give a medicine for every disease which is fit perfectly without making side effect? The problem is that science is nothing but a practice of trying. You know what I mean? They try on you the same as if you are a mice. And if this medicine work, it worked, but in fact this medicine will cause a lot of problem too. Where is the science of medicine? There's no science. It is a science of a practice. They try it. They keep trying. They go in the laboratory. They keep trying. Let us add this. Let us take this. Let us do this. And then, oh, it's working. Here we go. That is science. But this is not science. This is the science of a practice. Science, supposed to be, is a science of developing something from nothing. Because remember, those are atheists who don't believe in God. Science is to bring some dust, some whatever, and you mix it together with something and you make a human being. I want to see that. Until now is nothing but a science of numbers and mathematics based on practice, like how we can fly. But a human still can't fly. He uses a machine to fly. He can't fly. Can you make me have wings? That will be science. Because remember, they are talking about the science of developing the human being or a creature. I want to see a goat can speak. Why the science cannot make a goat speak? What happened? My phone can speak to me, a goat cannot. So the science is kind of, like kind of, let's say, big box full of the practice of mankind for thousands of years, which means the experience of a human being. From that experience, we developed a new experience, or let us say a new understanding. That's what they call it today, science. But science really does not exist. It is nothing but a practice. Until now, there's a disease killing millions of people every year. AIDS, cancer, you name it. And this science and this everything. I will believe in science when science can make us live forever. I will believe in science when science can make me stay 20 years and never grow, which means I will never die. If you can do that, then we will forget about God, no problem. Let us see if you can do it. Keep trying. It's a joke. Let us see what Cole want to say. Yeah, science is kind of illusion of believing in something based on practice, and you think it's a fact. Before I give the mic to Cole, I will give you an example. I believe that time will come, and the internet will go beyond imagination. Like right now, the internet is really nothing compared to what's going to happen in the future. So if I say something today, and I predict that time will come and people, they will be able to eat through the internet. It sounds crazy, right? And hard to believe. And then that thing happened. But today somebody proving me that this is impossible. So which one of them is going to be the science? The science will happen, or the science proving will not happen? The logic today, it says that will not happen. It cannot happen. Because this is hard to comprehend. Same as 100 years ago. If we say to them internet, people will laugh at you. Because it's hard to comprehend. So what people try to understand about God, about earth, about what's happening around them, is about how they can and what they can comprehend. Anything they cannot comprehend, they reject. Few hundred years ago, 100 years ago maybe, there was no radio. And then if you say to somebody, there's somebody speaking in New York, you can hear him in China, he will laugh at you. Because at that time it's impossible to comprehend. Not because there's no waves. The waves exist. But we did not discover it. So, did the science make the waves? No. Did the science discover the waves? Yes. So what the science do, the science discover things based on practice or sometimes like accidents. But that science is changing. It is what is known today, it might be, or to be a fact, it might be wrong tomorrow. Like, you know, they told us for all the time when I was in school that Einstein, when he saw the apple fell down, sorry, not Einstein, Newton, right? When he saw the apple coming down, he discovered the gravity. And since then, they are teaching us anything big will grab anything small. And then after how many years, they found out that is not true. That if an item is so small, the big thing will not grab it because the mass of the thing it's very light. This is why you see always dust flying in the wind. If you go in the basement and there's a light of the sun coming through the window, you will see how the air is full of things is flying. Like, what is that? Why they are not coming down? Because they are so small. The earth isn't grabbing them. But if you jump from the second floor right away, the earth will grab you. So for a long time they were teaching that anything fell from above will go down to the earth because the earth is big, you are small. And then they found that this is not true. So let us see what they will find not true of the science tomorrow. I don't believe in science as let us say as a fact as much I believe in it as a practice. As simple as that. The same as a doctor. Doctor, he practiced medicine on you. It works. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. He might kill you. You might die. And many people, they die because of the science they claim. Because they practice things on you like a mice. You're Michael.
Yeah. You know, I don't really have an issue with science. I mean, science has made a lot of people's lives better. You know, things like being able to cure diseases that we couldn't once cure, stuff like that. You know, those things are good. It lengthens our lifespans and things like that. That's good. The issue I have is that when people try to use it to replace God, that's one issue. A couple of things. One, they don't really have a mechanism to deal with the miracle. You know, when we're talking about religion, especially in the case of Christianity, we're talking about things that we know are miracles. You know, you couldn't explain them scientifically. At least most of them you couldn't explain them scientifically because they're miracles. That's the point. that's the point of it. You know, so really, the science isn't really the issue. It's the skepticism. You know, that's really the issue. And, like with this last guy, as I was explaining to him, people, they'll have one set of standards when they're looking at things, I'll just say non-religious, when they're looking at secular things, like when they're examining history, as I was explaining to Kut, Sire, whatever his name is. But when I mentioned, the resurrection actually happened, well, suddenly there's a new set of standards. There's a new set of standards. The same thing that was good enough, to prove that King Tut was a pharaoh in Egypt, or that Alexander the Great lived, or anything like that, Julius Caesar, or that standard, that's not good enough for the resurrection to him. He said, but that's what I mean, the changing in standards. When issues of faith come into play, their skepticism outweighs, their scientific or scholastic discipline. That's the issue. Well, a minor issue. The real problem is just that he's a skeptic, and that along this line, the people who don't believe in it, they are the ones that make a leap of faith, so to speak, because it requires a leap of faith to not believe it. It's like the Muslims, for instance, and CP was speaking about earlier. No, it wasn't earlier today, it was a video I was watching. In any event, talking about the crucifixion of Jesus, and that Allah made somebody else to look just like Jesus. Well, in order for that to be possible, everybody that knew him had to not be able to recognize him, including his mother. It takes a leap of faith to believe that. Likewise, all of these people, all of these apostles who were killed, knew Jesus when he lived, saw him die, and then said that they saw him alive after his death, and were executed for that. These people, you have to accept that these people are lying, that they died sticking to a lie that they knew was a lie. It's unrealistic, and it's a complete shifting of standards, But the real issue that I had here is the threat, the real problem with stuff like Islam. So you get a guy like him, he probably was born into Islam, probably migrated to the West, someplace where he was able to, examine other ideas freely, without fear of being killed. But he gets buried under this mountain of lies and religious claims with no backing. All the so-called miracles of Muhammad that don't have any evidence even in Islamic sources. All of this, well, the Quran itself, all the claims that it makes, inconsistent, inconsistencies which he's really not, well, I can't say he's not free, but he's been influenced to overlook. Lots of lies and such have been made to cover them up. And so much stuff that he has to aggressively disbelieve in. So by the time he digs himself out from under that mountain, he's just so skeptical of anything like that, But still, the goal has been accomplished. The goal of Satan has been accomplished. He's not looking at the truth. The fact is, all these so-called, remember when he said that Islam had these claims too? Islam claimed these miracles and things like that. But now, really it doesn't. And the claims that Islam does make cannot be supported even within Islam. It's self-contradictory. Quran contradictory with itself, the Hadith contradictory with itself and with the Quran. But when he comes out of that, it serves to put up kind of a smoke screen, you know, from what we're trying to do, from the actual truth and facts and doctrine in Christianity, which can support itself, but you have to look at it. That's really the fear, you know, that's really the issue with the false prophets, such as Muhammad. You know, it leads people away from the truth. So with this guy, you have, you know, out of the frying pan into the fire, so to speak. I suppose I guess it's good that he's not Muslim, because at least he's not blowing people up and, you know, attacking people on Ramadan and such. But still, you know, there's one lie he doesn't believe in, but still doesn't know the truth yet. You know, and from point of view of his salvation, it's not enough for him to not believe in the lie. You know, he has to know the truth. And that's, you know, that's the thing, which is what I was going to point out to him. But he left. One, all these claims that Islam has, those are false claims. But they give him so many lies, they aim so many lies at him, that by the time he shuts down their lies, he's not open to the truth anymore. You know, that's the real issue. And that's what I would invite him to, again, examine the resurrection, and he will see that it holds up. And to be honest, that's really the only thing that matters. The one that we serve has power over death, you know, and will raise us up again, and has proven that he can do that. That's the real issue. And this other stuff, you know, like you mentioned in Noah's Ark and other stuff like that, those are all lesser points, really debaters' tricks, so to speak. You know, questioning things to a degree that they don't question the science. You know, like they talk about the evolution and Big Bang, and CP was mentioning. You know, in order to buy into that, you know, you still have to accept that at some point, life that dead matter just came to life on its own. You know, at the end of the day, they still tell you that something, you know, everything comes from nothing. You know, some degree. Well, yeah, maybe I don't want to get into it. That's not really what I was trying to say, and not really the point I want to harp on. You know, my point is that those things are distractions. That's my point. Yeah, that's my point. And people use them as a distraction, and people bury their own religious perspectives in them. You know, when they really don't. They really don't. They really. Well, I'll cut myself off right there. I've gone on long enough. SR, your mic.
Mic check. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. I want to say assalamu alaikum to all my Muslim brothers and sisters in the room. I hope that everyone is having a wonderful Ramadan. I hope that everybody has gorged themselves on what we're supposed to be considered fasting during this time. And I hope that some of my Muslim brothers and sisters have jihadied their way into the West or wherever they happen to be, and have killed infidels as we are supposed to do according to our great prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, so that way we can all live in a perfect utopia full of Sharia and much, much misery the world over. I don't know why, since the conversation is speaking about science, I don't know why no one has not marveled at the Islamic science with all due reverence. I don't understand why the world does not agree with the mighty Allah that says that Allah has placed on the earth mountains firm, lest the earth should shake with us. Clearly, mountains are the reason why we do not have earthquakes. This is scientifically proven. If you ask any scientist that knows science and is an expert in science, they will agree that such things are possible, and mountains are placed like nails from rolling up in a strong breeze. At the fig and olive, I speak the truth and only the truth. Yes, I also would like to point out that Islamic science is totally in line with creation. For example, humankind has been created, scientifically proven so, as a matter of fact, by tops that are experts in science. And they conclude that humans were created from a blood clot. It started from being a sperm cell inside of the woman for 40 days, and it's scientifically proven that this is the case. Anyone that disagrees with me is an infidel and is of the hellfires for all eternity, and anal flags and anal chains, and yes, and all of that. So I would hope that during this month of Ramadan, that everyone would consider the science of the Quran and Almighty Allah. Allah is all powerful. He's not quite so powerful. Well, actually, Allah is they, because Allah is, there's at least two Allahs in the Quran. And there's a kind of Allah, so that means he's a species. Because we're speaking about science, the species of Allah is a self-replicating shin cell. And yes, yes, I am. Thank you for noticing. I said my Bismillah over the pork, so it's halal pork, just so you know. And I do appreciate the fact that you are taking that into consideration, but also please make sure to know that Islamic science is verifiably proven, and subhanallah. Thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you very much. Guys, I really apologize. I can't stay longer. I am almost sleepy in my chair. Like a grandfather who is, this is what my grandfather used to do. I'm really tired. I did not sleep yesterday very well, and I have a lot of work to do in the morning too. So I want to say thank you. We are already online for 9 hours. And those who are on YouTube, thank you for being with us. Don't forget to subscribe. And I hope the sound and the quality of the picture is better than before. And all of you have a good time. The video, the one I was talking about, yeah, actually, you see what happened, my computer crashed, and that's why I stopped working. I ordered a computer, and I just received it yesterday, and I worked all night to set it up. And still I have not done really. I have a lot of files to move because this computer is crushed, and each time I open it, it goes down, and I have to move the file from here to there. It's like stealing files, because it's, I don't know what to do. Anyway, we'll see. But yeah, we will finish this thing, and people will love it. Anyway, tomorrow I will try to open again. Remember, tomorrow is Friday, right? So usually we open Friday. I will open tomorrow, maybe a little bit late, so I can give it more time to work on my computer. Until we see you tomorrow, I say, may the Lord bless you. And you want to be a believer or not, you want to be an atheist or not, trust me, for your security and for your best is to accept the teaching of the Messiah. Because everyone else he teach nothing but evil. Even those who claim that they are open-minded, peaceful. Go and see what they do with the Trump. They start burning banks, burning cars, but yet they are atheists. Violence has nothing to do with believing with God. If the God you believe in is a God of violence, you are a violent person. Our Lord, the Messiah, is the Lord of peace. He is the one who says, love your enemy. If you can come with better teaching than this teaching, please, we will follow you too. But you cannot. So I say, for your safety, for your security, even for your future and your children's future, the Messiah, he brings nothing but peace and love to this earth. And this is what the earth today needs most. More than money, more than food, more than anything you can imagine. If everybody practiced one sentence of the Messiah teaching, love your enemy, there's no poor will be sleeping in the street. For all the budget we spend over the army, we do not need it. All the money we spend for security and terrorism, we do not need it. All the killing we see done by Allah in the name of Allah, the name of Muhammad, and the filthy drug with Allah, we will not be worried about it. Just practice one sentence. So I say to you, atheists, Muslims, whoever you are, bring me better than Jesus, and I will follow you. Christ is Lord. Islam is false. I mean to that, and we'll see you soon again. Bye-bye.